I would like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Election Commission to order. The time is 4 minutes after 2. Ms. Jones, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Glennis Ireland.
Present.
Lauren Lehman.
I'm here.
Meade Treadwell.
Present.
Elaine Nelson.
Present.
Lisa Torkelson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Ms. Torkelson, I'd like to welcome you to our commission. I'm sorry that you're not here in person today.
Yes, me too. Sorry about that. I work calls and I'll be home in a couple weeks.
Okay. Well, would you like to give us a little background as to your experience and so on, please?
Sure. My name is Lisa Torkelson. I've been an Alaska resident since November '85. My mom used to work, she used to be a poll worker up until COVID, actually. So I would take my kids to visit and to see all the goings on. And then in 2016, I think it was, my daughter and I were poll workers. And then 2018, Julie Hussman called and asked if I would be on the regional accounting board, just testing the machines and doing mock elections to make sure that they work okay, and then tabulating all the ballots after the election, both general and primary for the state. And then Julie asked me back again in 2020 to do that again, except they called it the RCB, Regional Counting Board. So I got another thorough. Actually, it was the 2018 was the old machines, and then 2020 was the new machines. And then just all the absentees and all the chaos. It was quite an adventure. So I voted in, I think, every election since I was 18, and I've even done a couple by fax. So that's pretty much my experience with the election specific.
Well, thank you very much. It sounds as if you've contributed quite a bit. Julie knows a good person.
Oh, and then
when she finds them, huh?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I also worked for Fred Dyson for 3 years when he was representative. So.
Good old Fred. Well, thank
What's
you
that?
very much. Are there minutes of the previous meeting, please?
There are no minutes.
Thank you very much. Old business. Ms. Jones?
Just a point of inquiry, Madam Chair. If there are no minutes to approve, we did take some actions at the previous meeting. How are they recorded?
Ms. Jones?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question.
Oh, just usually approval of minutes is a kind of a ratification of actions that may have taken in the previous meeting. And so I'm just wondering, we elected a chair, a vice chair, we had some other discussion, and I'm just wondering, are minutes forthcoming at the next meeting for this one and the past one, or what's the story?
Through the chair, the staff prepares the minutes, and the minutes are not complete from that last meeting, and they will be forthcoming.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Excuse me? I do have a question.
Thank you. Go ahead.
This is Lisa.
Ms. Dorfman.
If whoever is speaking, if you wouldn't mind just saying your name, just so I have no way of knowing. I recognize Lauren's voice, but that's about it. So if you wouldn't mind just stating your name, and then I'll try to get the voice recognition going in on your head.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Torgerson. That was Meade Treadwell speaking.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any old business? Are there any old business items that we need to address? No? None. Thank you very much. There's new business on the agenda, and that it would be the tour of the facility led by Ms. Jones.
So to do our tour, I have a couple of logistical things that we need to do. I hope we can be informal and as a small board and call each other by first name. So Lisa, you won't be able to see the tour, but I'd like to give you a phone call on my cell so that you can hear at least what we're doing. I think
Sure.
it will be somewhat informative to hear us at least hear about what's happening on the tour. And so
Sure.
I don't want you to say your phone number because this meeting's being recorded and would be public, but I do have your cell phone, and if you want to put this call on hold and disconnect when we come back, that would be fine.
Okay.
And then I need to check with staff. We need to record the tour, so can we take the MP3 player with us? Thank you very much. All right, so we will take like a 2-minute pause. I will get Lisa's number, and we're going to start our tour.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'll hang up here.
Don't hang up until I get your number. Okay. 6, 7, 2, 6, 3, 2, 3, 8, 2, 3. Okay, we're calling you on FaceTime.
I'm hanging up.
All right.
There you are. Nice to see you, Lisa. Here's Lauren. Here's
Hi,
Barbara.
Lisa.
Here's our chair, Elaine, Jamie.
All right,
All right.
so we're ready for a tour.
And we're in a big cavernous room. I
Okay,
used to rent the room next door for the Visual Arts Center.
so the tour starts at the front door.
Any rain in pitch again today?
No snow.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Jamie, our deputy clerk, to hold the recorder. Since this is a public meeting, it needs to be recorded. And so if you're speaking, just make sure that you're speaking loud enough for Jamie to pick it up on the recorder. So we're in the election center, and when you enter the election center, the first thing that happens is you're at the reception desk. You're asked to sign in and take a lanyard. And the reason for the lanyards, it's a security measure. It identifies who you are. So you have purple lanyards, which identifies that you're a commissioner or a municipal official. We have teal lanyards, which means that we're supervisors. Joyce Anderson has a yellow lanyard, which means she's a member of the public. Most of our workers have green lanyards. That way we can tell who's who. The press has black lanyards. And so people have different access based on the color of lanyard. And you can see that this provides security so that unauthorized people are not in places where they shouldn't be. We have a rule in the election center that everyone is responsible for security. That way, if a green election worker who reports to us sees an unauthorized person in a space, they have the authority to say, what are you doing? They do not have to come and get us. And we will teach our observers the same thing, and we are telling you the same thing. If you see a member of the public in an unauthorized space, you are authorized to say, what are you doing? This is our election, and security belongs to all of us. So when people come in, they sign in, and if they don't want to sign in, and we have had people that have done that, they get to say right here in the reception area. From the reception area, you can see that they can see the video cameras. And the cameras are on strategic locations within the election center where election processes are happening. And so you could just stay here and view the cameras. As you all may know, once ballots are delivered and until 10 days after the election, the video cameras will be streaming. They are on 24/7, 365, but they'll be live streaming on YouTube during the time that ballots are here. So the election center is divided into 5 areas, and so we'll be talking about each of those 5 areas as we go through it. And so this area, the first area right here, is I call it section 4. And so section 4 is this reception and administrative area. So over here you can see there are 4 staff desks. We have, there's 3 permanent staff in elections, and I'm part-time, and then we have 2 call center workers. So that's what these computers are here. There's an office, and we have our fax machine and copier, and this is where administration, emails, phone calls are being handled in this area. So as we go to the other sections, we will go along the yellow brick road, and it is no coincidence that the yellow brick road and the yellow lanyard for the public matches. So the public is allowed to come in. They have to stay on the yellow brick road.
Barbara?
Yes. Oh, yes. And I should have said, please ask questions at any time.
Yes, this is Lauren Lynn. We have this area you call Area 4, which I assume ends right here if this were extended. Is that correct? And then you talked about that area with SAP, but that's not part of Area 4.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is?
So, area, from my perspective, if you look, there are these pillars in the election center. So it naturally divides these sections. And so section 4 is from this pillar, so right here where this yellow brick road goes, and this pillar all the way back. That's why I mentioned the office, the fax machine that's out here. Those are all in section 4.
Or all the way including the office?
Yes.
There and back.
Yes. Okay? All right. So, as we continue on the yellow brick road, this is section 5. As you can see, section 5 is storage. So, we have empty boxes. This storage right here is our vote center supplies. So, let's just scoot over here and I'll just show this to you a little bit. It's going to be a little noisy because of the. So we have 4 vote centers. City Hall, the Lusac Library has 2 vote centers, one in the chambers and one in. Joyce, you can join us because this is a tour and there are no live ballots. Okay. and the Wilda Marston Theater, and then Eagle River. So for each of these sections here, what happens is they have their bags labeled, and then these crates are the crates where the ballots go, and this is their printer. So we have a list of supplies that will come and say what's in each bag, and it is a very, very precise system where you have 300 rubber bands. So we make sure that our election folks at the ABCs are totally staffed with all of the supplies that they need, because they're working on Saturday and Sunday, and they're working until 6 p.m. at night. They don't have an option of running to the office to get those supplies. So this is very organized. So the vote center people will come in to get their supplies the Friday before the vote centers open, and they open on the Monday. A week.
8 days before the election.
Yes, a week and 1 day before the election. All right? So again, this is just storage. In this section,
Why do we have two in Lusac? Are there that many people?
the Lusac is the busiest ABC, and so if we have a lot of people, it's going to be there. It has the most space, so we have the overflow goes to the other side.
And have we considered the airport?
We used to have a polling location at the airport. It was one of our lowest turnouts for one reason, and you know what it is. It's parking. So the workers at the airport loved having a early voting location there, but it was mostly airport workers that voted there. So that was discontinued probably when we went to vote by mail. I think we had like 7 early and absentee centers, and the airport was one, and UAA was one, and they were the lowest turnout. And both locations had bad parking. So those are a couple of our criteria. The other criteria that we look for is a municipal or other government building, and then we need a location where we can lock things up, because we have ballots and computers. So for example, it's possible that this election center could be a polling place for a state election, because it meets all those criteria. It's owned by government, it has cameras, and you can lock things up, it's secure. So anyway, those are some criteria that make it more difficult at some locations. All right, so our drop boxes.
Does 5 extend over to here, or does 5 end over here?
5 is this section to the corner of the yellow brick of the yellow tape.
Okay.
And the yellow tape, by the way, was installed by a Boy Scout working on his Eagle Scout project. And the Boy Scouts also, we used this location when we were poll-based, and we have 122 precincts in Anchorage. So we had 122 cars that had to drop off supplies here. And in April, it was a little snowy and muddy back there. And when we opened the doors and they all came in, we realized we needed a little bit of gravel. So the Boy Scouts got some gravel and then spent a day shoveling and spreading gravel out there. and then they spent another couple of days laying the tape to make our yellow brick road. So we are grateful for them. So now we are in the guts of the election center, if I could say so. This is section 1. So this side of the from the yellow brick road here to the walls and back. This is section 1. It is probably one of the most critical sections, and so many things are happening here. So first, we have 2 people who pick up the mail from the post office every day after the mail drop. And we have a letter with the post office that says 2 people are required. And of course, all of us that have worked in elections know that we always have 2 people together handling ballots. So they go to the post office, they pick up the mail, they come back, they knock on the door. The team back here opens the door, and we start unloading the mail. And so you can see there are some white buckets here. The mail comes from the post office in the white U.S. mail buckets. We have 2 tables here. The tables are spread out during the election, and we have teams of people. There's probably 4 or 5 people, and they have to face the mail. So remember, the mail can come from the post office upside down, backwards, sideways, whatever, however the post office gets it to us. But we have to process it facing forward, upside right. So we're facing the mail in the buckets, and we have the mail that's unprocessed stays in the U.S. mail bucket, and then it's secured in this cage. So all ballots to be processed are secured. And the buckets are a color coding system, so you can tell white from the U.S. mail is unprocessed. So then, when they're ready to start processing it through the mail sorting and signature verification system, it goes into yellow buckets. All right? So the mail goes through, and this machine sorts it. It's looking at the barcode on the envelope. So all of us have a unique barcode on our envelopes. It's called a 3 of 9, okay? And our
So every ballot that is mailed out has a separate barcode.
absolutely.
And so if for some reason I've already returned it or voted in the voter center, and I also mail back one that was mailed to me, which ballot do you count?
Well, you just answered the question. This system is just like a register at a polling location. So when that barcode comes through, it checks you off. When the second one comes through, it rejects. All right? Because you've already voted. So
Does it prosecute me for voting twice?
well, let's get to that. All right, that's a great question. This machine does not do that. I'm teasing.
Your residence is just down the road.
Right.
We will talk about that. In fact, those are commission decisions to recommend someone to prosecute. So we can talk about that in a little bit. So you can see that there's a little number here. And what happens when the envelopes go through the first time, there's yellow buckets, and we put them into yellow buckets. Yellow is caution, okay? So let's go to the other side. I would like you to see on this side, we're doing some testing right now. Nothing is live, of course. So these first 4 have reject, No scheme, no sig match, no sig. Good. So on first pass, what happens is there could be no scheme. Somehow someone has put tape over that 3 of 9 barcode. Or let's say an even better one, someone returns their 2020 envelope, and that barcode is not going to be the same as the barcode for that person in 2021 or 2022, and yes, it has happened.
How about if a family puts 4 or 5 ballots in the same outer envelope? Is that?
So there's 2 things that will happen there. There's a too thick. So it could reject because it's too thick. The problem is that usually it's not 4 or 5, it's 1 or 2, and 1 or 2 is not thick enough. So that one could go through, but we will tell you what we do with that one too goes through. So I have 2 questions I have to follow up on. So don't let me forget. Okay, so everything has gone through the first time and is in a yellow bucket, except a handful that are going to be in these red buckets. And then, if I could see one, I am not sure that I can. Let's see, under review. So you can see the cart for under review. And what will happen is the red buckets go to the under review cart. All right? All of the other ones, the yellow ones, go to a different cart that's called first pass. All right? So they went through once on first pass. So what happens next? This system right here has an internet to these computers right over here. So I'm going to have to walk over here. So this is our signature verification system. So these computers right here are connected. I believe those 2 are 2, aren't they, Jamie? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 computers are connected to this system. They are not connected to the internet. And so the information on all of those envelopes, because it took a snapshot of the envelope, come to these computers. And in addition, what we've done is we contacted the state of Alaska. We've got, of course, we have the voter file, because that's how we started all of this. But we got a signature file. And the signature file is so big, it takes like a day to upload. So when the program runs, what it does is it brings up the state of Alaska signature and then a photo of the envelope. And then the worker gets a choice. And they can say no sig match or good. And so let's talk about those. Good signature matches. The person just checks good. No sig match. They look, they say, I don't think this signature matches. We have a system that the person can click on, and it's household signatures. So, in a different version of your example, my husband and I both get our ballots, and we both vote, and I sign his envelope and he signs my envelope, and we put them in the drop box and they run through. They're going to be a no sig match because my signature does not look like his and his does not look like mine. But when they get to mine, they check household and they say, oh yeah, this is his household signature. So it gets marked as a household signature. And then they see his, and do the same thing, household, and it gets marked as household. So there may be a couple of other boxes, but
And what general percentage of return ballots are no sig or bad sig?
it's very low. I will have to get you the statistics exactly.
Yeah, I don't need to know this
Yeah.
exactly. The only reason why I ask is I personally, the mayor and the assembly approved Meade Treadwell. My city employee name is Louis Meade Treadwell.
Yes.
My checks on one account are LM Treadwell. My checks on another account are Meade Treadwell. I have no idea what my signature file says at the state.
Well, did you know what? We can look.
Yeah, but anyway, I think there's probably a lot of people who, I mean, my mother was the same way. She would sometimes sign checks AR Treadwell, or sometimes.
That is
And
not
Russ-
going to be an issue. So there's 100 reasons why it's not an issue.
Okay.
You need to come to signature verification training. We've had training for the last 4 or 5 years conducted by the Washington State Troopers because the FBI and APD and the Alaska State Troopers don't do the training. So we've done it with the Washington State Troopers. And who has attended? Yes, I thought Glennis had been. Have you been to the signature? So when you come to signature verification training, you will know exactly what to do with Louis Meade Treadwell.
Okay.
And the same with AR or B. Jones or Barbara Jones or Barbara Jones Bradbury or whatever. Some of these rules are in state law. So state law allows a variation of a name. It allows initials. It allows hyphenated names. So if my name in the voter file is Barbara Jones, but I sign it Barbara Jones Bradbury, that is good as long as the criteria for the signature are met. If there's one word different, and everything else is a match, it's good. So if it says, if on file it says Meade Treadwell, and you sign Louis Meade Treadwell, Louis isn't in the file, but Meade Treadwell is identical, it's a match. All right? So that's really important because there's no reason to be unnecessarily rejecting signatures. If someone says Barb instead of Barbara, we are not rejecting that signature if it otherwise matches.
In a hotly contested election where you might have 40 observers looking here, can they see every signature verification is? I'm just.
We'll get there, but there cannot be 40. There can't be 40 observers because there's obviously not room for 40 observers. But observers will be able to see signature verification.
But does it go up on like a big screen where they can see it, or do they have to look over somebody's shoulder?
Well, they will be looking over someone's shoulder because there's no other way to do it. Because remember, we don't want Joyce is from the public. Observers sign a confidentiality agreement. So we're not going to be broadcasting those signatures this way.
Yes.
It'll be that way. And they will have to, there's no way to do it without looking over someone's shoulder.
And we've ordered those big screens.
Yeah, they're not going to be quite that big.
We've ordered big screens, like not quite that big, but we've ordered those bigger screens so that when they're standing in the back wall and they can see the signature verification,
Yeah.
they can see them.
Yeah.
And I would question whether or not somebody's signature shouldn't be a matter of public record. I mean, maybe not their birthday and their social, but I think their signature is.
So it is not public record, but there is some, it's a question of PII, personally identifying information, so it's not birth date, it's not social security number, and it's not sufficiently confidential. We don't have a flap on it, and we got a ruling that we didn't need a flap, so it's public in that way. But we are still very careful. We don't want identity theft to be because of us. So we're being very, very careful about that.
I think that's wise. I have a question on the, I'll call it the maturing of signatures. Like, if I can go back and, I knew how to write when I was, 10 years old, or certainly by 15, well, long before that. And my signature then was similar to what it is now, but it's different. And that's probably the case with all of us. Is there an update that's going on with the PFD signature, or signing in to voting, or driver's license, or things like that show maybe I'll call it the maturation of one signature?
So I'm going to say yes, and we're getting better. All right? So there's a couple of things. When we evaluate signatures, the technique is called ACE, analysis, and I can't remember, evaluate, analyze, evaluate, and I can't remember what the C stands for.
Probably has to do with coordination of other data.
Characteristics. It's characteristics. So, when I make my B, it's a big fat B. So that's a characteristic. I start my B and do that loop. That's a characteristic. If you see my B as a line with the two B's, that is they should be questioning that signature. It's not based on one characteristic, it's based on the whole, but it should be something that would cause them to pause on that. So in the analysis and evaluation, one of the things that we know as we age, signatures get shakier. And that's one of the things that we are trained to look at. Is this the same signature, but has the voter matured? And oftentimes, we have birth date, so we can look at birth date. And I think last year we had one that was like 1919 or something like that. And of course we approved that signature because it was the same. It was just shaky.
Yeah, my wife's last vote was an X that I made, but the witness signature is clear.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, and so my wife had in the 2002 election, she had a brain tumor and was not able to write, and so we did an X.
She did an X.
She did an X.
And you signed as a witness.
Right.
Yeah, right. And that's allowable under state law,
Right.
and it's allowable under municipal code. I will tell you,
What a very good X.
Yeah.
our concern is really not our older voters. It is our younger voters. Voters like my son, who never took a penmanship class. So he is 21, and his signature is like a printing combination and changes frequently. Those are much more difficult for us than older workers. And a lot of times, so we struggle with that. And the next one that I would go with your comment, Lauren, is that PFD has actually, to some degree, made it worse for us because most of the signatures are coming from a pad at DMV. And so those DMV pad signatures are terrible.
Those are terrible.
Terrible. So we have some issues, and when we bring those to you, we bring the envelope. You get the original envelope, and then we bring you what we have in the database. And then you can look at it with us and see that, we're struggling with some of those. We would like to approve them. Our job is to make sure every vote counts. Your job is to decide which ones to reject. So we're counting all the goods, all those households, all those ones where someone has gotten older but shakier. For the tough ones, you have to make those decisions.
But you also give them time to cure.
We do.
Yeah.
So let's talk some more about the guts here, because that'll be next. We finished all of those signatures. So now, remember the envelopes are still in the cart in the vault saying first pass in the yellow. So this team, we have a couple of flags here, and they work together and they say, we're done with that batch. So the sorter team pulls the card out with first pass and all of those yellow ones, and they rerun them. It's fine sort is what it's called. And the buckets now are replaced with green buckets, except the red ones stay red over there. They just change names. All right. Fine sort sorts them randomly into precinct. It has some precinct basis, but the purpose is really just to evenly use up the belts in the machine, because some precincts are bigger and more active voters, and if you did all actual precincts, that's why it's a group number, it would run out those belts. But then on the other side, you saw the no sig match, so or household, and those will go into that bucket.
So is the machine doing the match, or when it says no sig match, it's all happening here?
Yep.
So a bucket comes over here. And
No. Bucket never comes over here. Image.
All right.
Image is
All
coming
right,
here.
so it's taking the picture from the
Yes.
envelope and pulling it up and matching
Yes.
it to the picture there.
No,
So
a
what's-
human is.
Right, but,
Yep.
but in front of the human comes what's on your database and what's on the envelope.
Correct.
Okay.
State,
Side,
us.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. And what's the scanner for?
It's part of their testing. I do not know.
Okay,
You can
okay.
see there's no other scanners here.
Got it.
All right.
there's several, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So now their process, they've finished the batch. They say we're done with the batch. So then they pull the envelopes out, rerun them through here. They go into green buckets or red. All right? Green is good. All right? The green envelopes get taken off the cart, and they get on a new cart, and they go right over into this cage, and they are now ready for envelope opening and ballot removal. So they're not crossing this yellow brick road unless they're good. So they're in section 1. They don't cross until they're good. But we still have a bunch of reds, right? So now we got to take care of them. So we're going to go right down here to our review and resolution section. So you saw the cart there said, warning, under review. And so this is the review and resolution team. And as Lawrence said, you get a cure letter. So all of those envelopes that had a SIG issue get a letter within 3 days of processing. And so this team is getting a report, a challenge ballot report, which is, we produce challenge ballot reports every day. The public can sign up to get those reports. And then we make sure we have every single one of those challenges, and then we start processing them. You get a different letter if you're no SIG match. You get a different letter if there's no SIG. You get a different letter if you had ID required, because you can register to vote online. If you register online, first time you vote, you have to produce ID. They got an instruction in their packet that said, it's a bright red instruction, you must provide ID. And so those ID required
Does that mean go to a vote center and take a picture of your ID and send?
It's either one.
or your birth date, or your last four of social? No?
Nope.
Not that?
No, because
We're trying to show that a person is there, otherwise you could,
yes,
20 fake names.
Sandy
Right. Well,
Anderson. I'm sorry for this. Sandy Anderson got a credit card. It was someone's dog.
right.
So you can register
My-
Sandy Anderson to vote.
My dog has a-
And so you have to have ID. And we want, we ask for driver's license. I think in the state allows other IDs. And we have to comply with that. But we ask for a driver's license or
So-
picture ID.
It has to be government-issued picture ID, I assume.
That is not what the state law says.
State law allows something else?
It does.
Besides that?
Utility bills sent to you.
Yeah.
That sort of
Oh,
thing. And I think that the question there is, if you're putting a red card in a ballot going out, it's because the state hasn't gotten that aid.
Correct.
Because the registration's at the state level, not at the local level.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, that's absolutely
Yeah.
correct. So, and that's their status with the state, is ID. It's ID required. Okay, so, oh,
Question. So you say you register online with the state and then have to produce an ID when you first vote. Does that mean they have to vote in person?
no,
How do they produce the ID?
the instruction asks them to include a photocopy of their ID with their voted ballot.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
But, I remember going through this issue as Lieutenant Governor, and we were trying to encourage people to vote. Of course, the state does have polling places, whereas you've got vote centers. I can say it was state policy to encourage people to come in for the first time to do that, Lisa. So-
And remember, sometimes people are out of town, so they may have been
Right,
voting
my
absentee.
son's in the Marine Corps. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
And Lisa may have been processing their absentee ballot at the state. So we give them that opportunity, and I'm sure the state does too, to some other way to provide ID. So anyway, this is a really, really important section where lots is going on.
So you hire people here for this, and you hire people here for that.
Yeah, how many people do we have? 60? 60 people come in here, and so yeah, we need lots of workers, and we're looking for workers. If you know anyone that would be interested in working for us, we would love them to just email us at elections@anchorageak.gov, or the job is posted online on the Muni's website on the open positions. So we're not getting enough people.
We still need 11.
And we think that's a little bit, it's a temporary part-time position. It pays $15 an hour. It's not full-time. It's hard work.
It's only 2 months of work.
Yeah, so we're getting people that are applying saying, well, I don't want this job. I wanted to work full-time, and it's not a full-time job. So, okay, so there's a couple of other things that happen in Section 1. We do what's called Fax Simuling of Ballots. So I think you can imagine if a ballot comes in that's torn, it will not go through the scanners. That's the same at a polling location. And those ballots have to be set aside and duplicated. So facsimile means to duplicate. And of course, we have 2 election workers that sit and duplicate those ballots. Last year, that was set up in this area, and we had observers watching them do that. We did quite a bit of facsimiling, just in a regular election. And in 2013, I think that was the Ernie Hall, Nick Moe race where we did a hand count. And so the attorneys went through all of those facsimile ballots, and the original and the copy travel together for the rest of their life. And the attorneys went through every single one of those facsimile ballots, and they were identical. So, and you know, that's what you expect. It's one of the things about elections is we're human. Humans make mistakes, but in elections, you got to be 100%.
Yeah, and we had the same thing with fax ballots. Where do your fax ballots come in? There, or there? Or?
Well, no,
Nope, not
no.
there.
Our fax ballots come here. It's an electronic fax. It's a write fax, is what it's called. We have a fax machine over there. It's a general fax machine, but electronic ballots is handled here. So in the municipality, we still allow email voting and fax voting. It's different than the state. You know, the municipality has a dilemma with snowbirds who are often traveling in April, and those voters want to vote, but their ballot will not get to them wherever they are in time for them to vote. So we can talk about this some more, but we're very clear that email voting is probably not safe. It has the greatest opportunity for fraud, and you are risking that. You must understand that it's your responsibility to make sure it gets to us in the form that you intended it, and you're waiving a secret ballot because it's not secret, because it's an email. And so that is what we're doing right now. There have been various discussions about eliminating it, but so far that hasn't happened.
Yeah, and again, I have to go back and check the state thing, but I think we had a system with the state email ballots where we actually printed them out and then ran them through the scanner. Or so there was something so that in a hand recount you saw a physical piece of paper.
Yeah, and these are physical as well, but remember, if we print them out on a regular printer, we have to copy it onto ballot stock.
Gotcha. Okay.
So the state actually had a system where you're actually voting electronically, and that was
That went away.
eliminated.
Right.
So now we're just allowing people to vote a PDF and send a photo back. We don't have the ability to purchase a system like the state had. And even the state system was determined not to be sufficiently secure. So it's a toss-up between, you know, helping your voters and keeping the election secure. So we have that's one of those rock and a hard place. So that is happening here. So we've got both facsimiling, duplicating torn or electronic ballots, as well as facsimile and email voting are happening over here. Again, this is the guts of the election. So what's important is, remember, these are mostly envelopes, and for the most part, no one over here knows how anyone voted because the envelope is sealed. That little part that we talked about, electronic voting, you can tell, right? Okay, so we're done with sealed envelopes, and now we can move across to opening envelopes. So between these two pillars, or this yellow brick road to that one, this is section 2. Envelope opening and ballot separation. It's set up a little bit differently for your meeting, but we have tables with teams of 3 at the tables, and they have a procedure that we followed for over 40 years about how you open absentee by mail envelopes. And many of our workers work both for the state and for us, and I anticipate our procedures are very similar. You have the envelope, and of course it has my name on it. It says Barbara Jones right there, and you've got We usually have 25 to 50. I think the whole table probably has 100, but let's say we're doing 25. So I count, I've got 25 envelopes, and you've got 25 and you've got 25, so we have 75 envelopes on the table. Okay, then we start. The envelopes are opened at one of the openers. It has a little counter on it, and they come back and they count them again and make sure they have 25 and 25 and 25. And then you start, and you take out my name is facing down, so you cannot see my name. And then you take out the security sleeve, the secrecy sleeve, and the ballot are right here, and the return envelope is here, facing down, and you set those aside. So I have 1, and my 24. And then I do the same thing. And
That's where they're commingled, so you can't pull anything back after that.
No, not quite yet.
Not yet.
Not quite yet. Because remember, I'm doing them in the exact order. So I pull this out. There's 2 in here. And then we have a stop. All stop. So they call the supervisor over, and they see that there's 2 ballots in this envelope. They put it back in. They subtract 1 from the total, and the supervisor has a red bucket here. And then when the time is right, the supervisor returns the bucket of red with another worker, because there's got to be 2, and it has to go back to review and resolution. So we'll just do a little detour here. In that situation where you've got 2 ballots in 1 envelope, we don't know who voted those. We know that it's Barbara Jones's envelope, but we don't know if it's my husband or my kids or my friend or who is the other ballot, and we don't know which one is mine. So those are returned, and the voter, because we only know the 1 voter, gets a letter that the ballot will not be counted. It cannot be counted because we don't know which one belongs to the voter. The voter is told that we can either mail them a replacement ballot or they can go to a vote center to vote. And they can call us. We can try and figure it out for them. But that comes out of the total. So now we're back to, we've got 74 ballots on the table. We're going to keep separating, and we're all separated. Now I have empty envelopes and security sleeves and ballots. So now I count again. I better have 24 and 24. If I don't, we stop again. Supervisor comes over and we figure out what's going on. Usually we can figure it out. A lot of times people don't include, we do have people who return their envelope without a ballot. So, and that's okay. They got credit for voting, that's all they want. So then, if
you don't send them a note saying you got your envelope but no ballot?
No. We believe people do that on purpose. So they want credit for voting. They want to be a super voter, and that's okay.
Well, it only kind of bothers me because it means there's spare ballots running around that are not marked.
Yeah. So, and we encourage people to tear those up. But, the issue is that ballot is meaningless unless it's in an envelope with that 3 of 9 barcode. And obviously there are ballots that are mailed that aren't returned, but it's a pretty complicated process to get an envelope with the 3 of 9 barcode. So let's say we've got our 24 and 24, And then the envelopes are removed from the table. So we have boxes where the envelopes go, and now I've got a secrecy sleeve and a ballot in the envelope, and we do the exact same process. Pull out the ballot is here, secrecy sleeve is here. And then we better have 24 and 24. And of course, sometimes people don't return the secrecy sleeve. So, we have a blank sheet of paper that we slip in so that it's confidential. So then when you've got 24 and 24, then the secrecy sleeves go off the table. And then you've got the ballot. We flatten out the ballot, make sure those folds aren't. They check to make sure there aren't any tears. And they also check to make sure it's not written in red. And I think it might be red.
And highlighter.
Purple. Purple is so close to red that the scanners don't read that. That's why the oval is red, because it goes away when it's scanning. So when all of the good ballots are then put back in one of those good green buckets, and then they go over in this page, the voted ballots to be tabulated. You can see one red bucket up there. That would be for those torn or red ballots.
And that's, and you don't have to sort them by precinct or race because
the
computer does it.
Right. So we have I think this year 180 ballot styles.
Yeah.
So the 180 ballot styles are sorted by precinct. So you have a different ballot style. That's how we get the statements of votes cast that sorts it by precinct. We did sort it by district the first couple of years. We didn't exactly know, so we did sort it by.
In fact, it's a problem for the state stats. They will report by district, but not by precinct, and it drives me nuts to try to figure out, especially in a big election district out in the bush.
Oh, right. Precinct is
Yeah.
just so
How
much.
well did I do in Puslia? Well,
Oh.
Not very.
not very, but there were a lot of votes, but they could have come from Delta,
Well, you'll be intrigued because I have a feeling this discussion is going to come up with assembly reapportionment and whether the assembly should keep using precinct. And right now, precinct is not relevant to running an election. However, our stakeholders include voters and candidates, and it's our understanding that candidates like precinct. So if there's ever a change, my recommendation would be that they need the stakeholders involved in that discussion before they make that change. So,
Yeah, and you may recall a meeting, I think you were in my office, where you and Gail and I were trying to sort out whether or not we could make the state election the same as the municipal election date. And you guys had so many reasons why you couldn't, but don't expect that issue not to come up again. I mean, it's a perennial issue. So.
Well, it's happening in the Matsu Borough.
Yep.
Right.
And how is their turnout?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't followed it.
So I think that's, it's...
And we have 3-year terms, and the state has 4-year terms, so it won't always happen. Yeah, I mean...
It's always something Jamie is, she got an email from me yesterday and another one today that says, oh, we did something new better. That's what we're always looking to do, is to do things better. More efficient. We're here for that. So we've pretty much figured out what happens in Section 2 here, and now we can go to Section 3.
Does Section 2 include these 2 cages?
yes.
Both the cages?
Yes.
Section 2 is the
Yeah.
middle section between these these 4 pillars. So this is Section 2. It's the envelope opening area. You can see that we have a break room And the break room is for staff only. Our restrooms are down here. There's an emergency exit that takes you out of the building. You know, we haven't used that and haven't needed to, thankfully. We did have a fire drill last year that was a little exciting, but okay. So now we're in section 3. And section 3 is scanning, adjudication, and tabulation. So the first thing that happens is, remember, we've got our voted ballots that are ready to be scanned and tabulated. And they're in green buckets. So we close the yellow brick road because we have to bring a cart over here, a cart from the cage, and then we put a green bucket here and a green bucket
You close
here.
the whole road or just this section?
Just the section.
Just this section. You know, you're going to be working here and scanning ballots, and you have a bucket of
Live ballots.
live ballots. So we don't think it's particularly prudent to have the public passing by here.
Sure.
We have had someone called a rover, and our rover stands here. It's an election worker that just stands here and watches your back. But this is an observer spot. So the observers are pretty close. You know, the observers have signed a confidentiality agreement, but you can imagine if you have a lot of public or people passing through, that is not good security to have this open. So the first thing you do, remember, scanning, adjudication, and tabulation. So we use this computer, we scan a batch, and it takes a picture of the ballot, front and the back of the ballot, and it sends it to the server. So you can see we have a server for this in a cage and a server for the other system, and those are also in cages. And you know, those access is limited to, you know, actually it's probably me and Jamie and, you know, our other core team, I don't even think knows how to get into those cages, but we do not get into those cages for those servers. And that's another example. If someone saw anyone touching those, they should, you know, say, you need to get away from that cage and that server. So once you've scanned it, the scans of the ballots, of course, go to the server, and then we adjudicate. And they come back to these computers here. And what do you need to adjudicate? Well, if there's a blank ballot, that is outsorted, and we adjudicate it. So we get that people return empty envelopes, but we're not so sure that people return blank ballots. But yes, they do. And so it's outsorted, and we have to look at that ballot. I'm not sure if we have our log over here.
And there's a blank ballot, totally blank, or if they vote, say, in the mayor's race, but not in any of the other races, like the ballot
Undervoted.
propositions or whatever, do you end up looking at it?
No, because that's okay. We all do that. You may only care about the
I
mayor's
don't know
race.
those judges. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And Jamie and I were just talking about this yesterday. It's called ballot drop-off, and we know ballot drop-off exists, and people don't vote farther down on the card. That's okay. So we don't care if there's a blank contest. We care if there's a blank ballot. That is weird. So what we do here, this is our adjudication workbook. So what happened was on scanner number 1, so we have 1, 2, 3, batch number 17, ballot 50, The notes, the reason I quarantined this is because there's no votes. Check to see if blank.
Your screen is backwards for her. She's looking at the boxes.
Can you, yeah, Liz.
Okay? So, and you know, we've got this all the way down here. Check to see if blank. Check to see if erasure. So, on this, it says, so this is what we fill out. Now, the ballot was reviewed by 2 people. It was blank. Ballot was unquarantined. And it was processed for counting, which means nothing, right? This ballot right here, no was marked in red. It was unquarantined and processed with the no vote.
With
All
the
right?
facsimile?
No, adjudication allows us to
To put in another
Yes,
vote. Gotcha.
yes. The system has what's called audit mark, and audit mark shows exactly what we did on every single ballot.
So in the case of a hand recount, you'd have that track.
Well, a hand count is not authorized under Muni Code. You can have a recount, but I don't believe. But let's say that we did a risk limiting audit. So we're planning to do one. A risk limiting audit is going to pull a percentage out and do a hand count. And yes, that would be exactly what would happen in that risk limiting audit, hand count.
You would see that ballot with something marked in red. You would see that actual ballot that is noted, whatever it is, right here. Right?
Well, so
Or has
no,
it changed?
because no, you never want to alter the original record. So, but what it is, it's so there's 2 ways you can view in the system. And so you can see we have these huge screens here. So the observers were lined up here. And what the system does is it takes a ballot, and if you've colored in no in black or blue the way you're supposed to, it produces the ballot exactly, and it has an X wherever you voted, or a check. I think it's a green check. So the green check is what's been voted, all right? Now, we look at it, and what happened was actually the voter crossed that out and colored in yes and said, I want this one, all right? So that's going to reject as an overvote, and then we have to adjudicate it. So we're going to uncheck the X and check the yes, all right? I think I said it backwards the way it is. So that's the way this system works. That is an overlay on the image of the ballot, but you can remove the overlay and see what's... So it doesn't change the actual ballot, but the
does
image...
this commission end up, if somebody were to, let's just say...
They did. Somebody challenged an adjudication last year. So how did that work? So what happened was we took an image of the ballot and the adjudication of the ballot, and we brought it to the commission, and the commission voted on that challenge. So,
Okay.
all right? So this is what we're doing, but in other words, yes, people send in blank ballots.
Yeah, okay, I understand that, but my question was, you never mark up the ballot, it goes along, and it later becomes available in case there is, that a certain amount get pulled out for a hand count.
Yep, or
Then-
for the risk limiting audit,
Yeah,
right?
for the risk limiting audit, yeah. Okay.
Yes, so let's go back a little bit. Remember, the scanning is happening over there, all right? The way this system is set up is that these are unscanned, you scan, and they go there on that other side. There's a little gap there so that we don't end up scanning things twice. Then they get put on carts behind this group. And then when they're done, they go into the vault. I bet we don't have anything in the vault. We could show you. So they're all in the vault, but they're in the vault as scanned. The image has come over here, and for most of our ballots, there's no adjudication required because, as you know, the timing marks on the ballot with the yes or the no tell the tabulation system where to count that. And most ballots are just getting tabulated. The handful that we've asked, blank ballots, overvotes, ambiguous marks, and qualified write-ins, outsort, and those require adjudication. Those ones that you're talking about get the audit mark attached to the image of that ballot on the server. But the original ballot is unchanged, which is good because of your question. What happens in a hand count of the risk limiting audit? And what happens...
Or in a redo, or if a recount says run them all. Scan
Yes,
them.
yeah. We don't rescan them in a recount. The code says that you reprocess the ballots. Anyway, we can take a look at that, but you don't rescan them. Because remember, if I have a recount in a school board race area-wide, that means we're rescanning 71,000 ballots. It just doesn't make sense,
Yeah, no, I get
you
it.
know. So
there's a question here.
oh, yes.
The machines, are those Dominion machines?
Yes, they are.
Is that-
I believe it is the exact same system that the state of Alaska uses.
Yeah, but it's not in this way. Well, maybe they are, because what the Dominion machine is the scanner of the paper, right? That then counts it and turns it into the server.
Those are Canon scanners.
Right. So this is a Canon scanner,
Yep.
okay? And so what's the Dominion machine? A server?
The whole system is a Dominion system.
Right.
And it's the same system that the state has.
Right. And so, go ahead with your question, and then I'll.
Oh, I saw the image on the screen, and I thought, hey, that looks familiar. I'm very familiar with how this part of it works.
Yeah.
If it's the same system.
Because when you're doing absentee, you are scanning those. You are ultimately having to scan those absentee ballots, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And I haven't read all of the slings and arrows that people throw at Dominion, but the question usually is the vulnerability between a remote scanner and a central server, and whether or not on the state we've protected the security ballot by only having those things phone in on a modem as opposed to come in over the internet. And there's often the question of, did somebody mess with that scanner ahead of time to
The scanner or the server?
the server? Yeah.
So we have a level of protection that the state does not have the option to have, which is we do not have modems.
Right.
So this system is from the ICC number 3 through this system to the server. They are not connected to the internet. You know,
That's the same with the state.
Yeah, well, the state's not connected to the internet, but they do use wires to bring to tabulate.
Telephone wires.
Your wires are only 40 feet long. The state's could be 400 miles.
So we do have a little statement on our website about Dominion. We have used Dominion since I think we went back to at least 1987, and that's all the farther we could go back. And the municipality used GEMS, the General Election Management System. We have a list of recounts and hand counts that we have done and compared the accuracy of the hand count or the recount with the original count. And we have not had any issues with the Dominion system. We have other security measures in place. For example, like this system right here, it's a dongle and requires a key. So physical key as well as a supervisor password to log in, and then the supervisor takes the physical key away so it can't disappear. There are separate logins here that only supervisors have. So we have we're using all of those security measures as best that we can. We have a cybersecurity audit with the municipal IT department. We've had another cybersecurity audit with a national organization. And just like the state did really well, they got marked down for email voting, and so did we. So that's our only issue, is email voting. The other systems are considered, safe. However, in all of our cybersecurity training, and we tell all of our workers this, the threat is real. And both working from the state, that the state, they were knocking on the door a couple of years ago. We know that. And we know that someone got voter registration information. I was one of the people that got a letter. So we know that the threat is real. And so we are doing everything we can, like using the lanyards, having security cameras, the yellow brick road, empowering our election workers. We're doing everything we can to reduce the risk of a cyber attack.
So in your audit, and I guess, I can see that. I can see everything in each of the steps that you've talked about. But in the end, if that server counts, counts a vote for John Adams only 6 of 10 times, and one for John Quincy Adams of 10 of 10 times, how do we know?
Well,
that's the audit.
I think that's the risk limiting audit. So the risk limiting audit is going to select a random percent of ballots, and then you're going to recount those ballots so you can isolate them and tell the system, I want you saw I had ICC number, batch number, and ballot number. I want you to rerun those ballots, and then we're going to go to the vault where the actual hard copy unadulterated ballot lives, and we're going to pull that out and do a hand count, and then we're going to compare the results. Okay? And you will be involved in that when that happens. You're involved in logic and accuracy testing, which we will send you an invitation for that. That's where we get the test ballots and we test the system. And so you will help us do that as well.
Okay, and I know that Meade is over there with the phone, but my question, when you were talking about Dominion machines, and we've had them for a long time, I am remembering, I think it was Diebold. Is it Dominion acquired that company or whatever the company was? Because when Fran was lieutenant governor, we purchased quite a bit of that equipment, and we might have some more when I was, I don't know, but I looked at it, but it wasn't Dominion, it was another name. Do you remember? Was it Diebold?
I can't remember. All I remember is that we got a slug of cash from the Help America Votes Act, which was passed after the Bush-Gore deal in 2000.
Okay.
2000.
It's not so much that I care about the name, but it's just that.
So you probably got to spend more money than Fran, because I had a
I
lot
don't
of
know.
that. I had some of that money left.
I just
over.
remember things were tough.
10 years later.
Things were tough the whole time I was there.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, it didn't matter. I mean, Fran and I politically are about like this. We're friends.
Yeah.
But what she did, I thought was honorable, and I certainly know that what I did was honorable. I didn't do it. It was workers, people like you and you, hundreds of them, who were making the system work. But the system was accurate, and it was something that we could say.
And I
hey,
became
stand up.
lieutenant governor after the very contested Murkowski-Miller election. And we hired the University of Alaska and several experts to go through each step. And the biggest question that people were concerned about was, could I, with a jump drive, come reprogram your voting machine or your server or whatever? And we felt that there was a combination of physical and cyber review that we were covered. But it's that scenario that Dominion keeps getting, because just one thing, when you said the only big surprise to me today was when you said recounts don't do hand recounts, because that has always been, for me as a state official, the last gee, if you don't think it works, we can do a hand recount. And the hand recounts come up with the same kind of
Well, we're doing the risk limiting audits.
I get it, but
Yep.
In the public mind or perception, we might want to think about that. I'm not saying, Madam Chair, we want to. I don't have a proposal now. I'm just saying that to me has been what the state keeps saying is that. But then the state also, it has to say something that you don't have to say, which is none of your tabulation equipment is outside this room.
Yeah.
And the state's tabulation equipment is in 400 precincts across the state, and they're all the tabulations are all in a cage that I can show you in Fairbanks. Used to be in this room actually, or in this building, and other places, and they all get shipped out. And could somebody mess with them all? Probably not. Could somebody mess with one of them? We don't think so. Could somebody capture the voting data as it's phoned in? We've had more mistakes with people verbally phoning in results than and we've had lots of mistakes with that. And we've had less phone, with people sending them in by the modem, but they all go by the modem on a plain telephone switch line as opposed to that. So I would say that you're probably more secure. I would agree with you that you're more secure in the places that we thought were vulnerability in the state audit. I did.
So we'll continue to work through that, and we're interested. We've done security, posts on to as compass pieces, and we need to continue to do that. We need help for the public to believe that their elections are safe and secure.
It's ballot harvesting is the issue.
That's a different issue.
Yeah.
Right.
And hopefully we're addressing that at signature verification. We did propose an amendment, you may have seen it, that we did not mail ballots to voters out of state. That was an amendment that we prepared because that is one of the concerns. And I think I may have talked to all of you about the voter registration database. And we get the voter registration database from the state. I should set up a separate meeting for this because this is really, really important. And you know the process is very, very long to get someone off the voter registration database.
Agonizingly.
Right.
slow.
And, you know, there's a couple of things. One, as part of the legislative program, the municipality or the assembly or the commission could say, we think you should change the state law on this. That's one option. You know, another option is, you know, the municipality can't keep its own voter registration database. We can, however, decide who to mail ballots to. And so that's an issue that we floated, not to mail to people out of state unless they apply for a temporary ballot to be mailed at a address, or they could vote in person. And it didn't pass. So I'm just letting you know we are looking at those options, but I think we should probably have Gail and Julie and Carol have presented to us at various times, and we should probably invite them back again to present to us and ask them, you know, what can we do? What can we do to continue to improve the process? And I will tell you, I think our stuff has helped, because when we get the ballot envelopes that are returned, which is why we ask people return to sender, send them back to us as return to sender. They get taken off the state's, well, they get moved out of registered into undeliverable. And then if they're undeliverable, we don't mail ballot to them. And after the 4+ years, then they get removed. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, my house was a bachelor pad until 1990 when I got married, and then moved to general for 4 years, so it became a bachelor pad again. Getting some of those people off the
Yep.
list took almost 20 years.
Yeah.
I got a voter letter to a place I hadn't lived since 1982 recently. You know, it was forwarded to me. So it's hard because the post office doesn't consider themselves to be election officials per se, and they may just deliver a lot of them. Yeah. Well,
So
anyway.
I'll set up a separate meeting for that. So
Can
that
I get
is
on
the
to the
end of our
state
tour.
house to guest?
I
Is that-
can
is
tell
that-
you can
oh,
see
that's all.
our
State house.
janitor's
Yeah.
closet. It has a
I don't
lock
know.
on it,
We are
so
River, but I don't know what the password
limited
is.
number of people can
That's
get
fine.
into
I
the
don't-
janitor's closet,
I'm
the
not that
office,
desperate.
and the vault.
I just was curious to follow
Again,
that tracking.
I'm sorry
that
I
you
didn't
said.
invite you
I
to
forget
the
what you
break
said,
room before, but of course you
1997
can
or
all,
whatever date it was.
use our
used
break room.
Dominion. I don't
and
think so. I
there's
think
a
it was
refrigerator,
actually.
microwave.
I'm thinking Debo, but I
Even
could be.
coffee
Oh,
if
gotcha.
you'd like.
I could have their own name,
All right.
and it doesn't really matter, because when, you know how with companies how they get
Right.
sold,
Yep.
you pick
Pick up a new name
all
or-
the assets,
yeah,
and
yeah.
you know it's not a.
I'm sure she could
frankly,
email it to you or
it's
email you
not
a
a
link.
big deal to me, other than
to
as we're going through all
Thank
of
you.
this.
Lisa,
people
Glennis asked
tear
us to
down
go
the
into
name
the
of a
vault. So
company.
let's go into the vault.
It's probably, it's not correct to do it, but you know, how you acquire a name, oh, well, that's a company
Yeah.
that does this, and I go, well, that's.
I haven't been in here for so long, I do not know if my code works.
If you've been around for a while, you know, the name's Vico.
Yep.
Okay? No, the company wasn't bad. It
Right.
was
Right.
2 or 3 people in the company did some things they shouldn't have done. And
Gave it a bad name.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Gave the company a bad name.
I don't remember mine. Okay.
Paying the price for standing on concrete.
So plan,
I'll get over here.
the way we set up our system is that only processed ballots come in here. No one should be in here looking for a blank ballot to mail to, for a replacement ballot or for any other reason. If you end up with an envelope that you're working on or you're doing cure letters, it does not go in this location. It goes in a cage on the floor. All live ballots are on the floor. That's part of our transparency to the public. Once they're processed, they get to come in here. And we have, these are the boxes that they're delivered in. And then we just store them in here. So at the end, when they're done scanning, they drop them in here. They get a new tag that says that batch number and the ICC number and the range, and then they come in here. So when I'm looking for a blank, I know where it is, and then we come and get the blank and mark it off. So that's what this is. It gets a little bit full in here, so it's pretty much wall-to-wall ballots is what we've got. So this is the vault.
Thank you very much.
You bet. They are no longer live. They have gone from envelope opening, signature was, or coming in from scanning, signature was good, envelope open, it wasn't torn, it was scanned, it was adjudicated, and it is done.
But so if there's a I mean, you say
So
you don't
a
have
risk
code
limiting
of-
audit where
Right.
we're doing a hand count,
Right.
yes, we're going to go look at those ballots.
Okay.
Or if there's an election contest or anything like that.
Okay, Lisa, I'm going to hang up the phone. You can go on the bridge unless you have another question.
One quick question. So the recounts aren't a full recount, they're just the risk, was it
Reduction
risk
audit.
A recount isn't a full recount, it's a risk limiting audit, is her question.
No, that is not correct. So a recount is a specific race. So a recount is required by the code in a number of situations. It's required if the separation between the two candidates is a certain percentage. We're following the state percentage. It is allowed if someone requests it. They do have to pay in that circumstance. It's allowed if the clerk believes in the interests of transparency. It would be helpful to the public. So last year, one recount in a school board race was required because it was within that percentage number. And in a second school board race, I believe it was separated by more than that percentage, but I did that recount to, because the people were concerned. So I did that on my own initiative. And yes, I got a lot of grief for it. But in any event.
Okay.
Okay, that's the answer for the recount. That is a recount. We select the race and review. The review consists of all of the ballots that were voted in that race. So if, for example, we had our voter that voted for mayor and didn't vote for anyone else, that ballot isn't going to get processed in this school board recount. But the code says that where you can use the electronic versions, you do. So we pulled all of the ballots in that race. We said we want to see overvotes, blank ballots, and all write-ins, which we don't review typically. And then, and so those outsorted for adjudication, and we re-adjudicated those ballots. And in that recount, there was one ballot that Jane Doe was the candidate, and they colored in Jane Doe, and then they wrote in Jane Doe. So we counted that for Jane Doe. And of course, in the regular election, that was an overvote, and it was not counted for her. So the recount results were slightly different than the original results, but so that's the recount. A risk limiting audit is different. That's an evaluation of the entire election. So you determine a percent of ballots, whatever that number is. You know, if I think the state uses 5%. If it's 2% or 3% or 5%, you say, we want to look at 5% of the ballots, and you select those ballot numbers because you've got to know what the ballot number is, and you tell the system to reprocess the 5%. And the system prints out a result that says 5% of the votes went to this person, this person, this person, this person. We know that ballot number, and we go pull 5% of the ballots. So if we had, and then we do a hand count of those 5%. So that's our risk limiting audit. Yes.
So in the statewide elections that I ran, we always had an assistant attorney general kind of on the floor. Do you have one person who really knows the election law from the municipal attorney's office on call, or with you here, or how does that work?
Well, so I probably, because I've been here so long, probably do know the elections code better than most people. So you do have me. However, even though I am admitted to the bar, I am not practicing as an attorney in this job. So we do not have a municipal attorney assigned. We do have a group, you know, as Jamie has nicknamed them, the elections legal team. And so we have 4 attorneys that we email questions, and I think Jamie emailed like 4 questions to them last week, and I emailed like 3 in a day. So they are very responsive. The municipal attorney asked me yesterday, are we being responsive? And the answer was yes, very. And then to directly answer your question, on the recounts, yes, we asked and we had a municipal attorney assigned on the day that we did the recount. So yes, there was a municipal, in fact, there were 2. All right. So
All right, now go to the bridge.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Barbara. That was the most comprehensive and extensive tour. We appreciate it very much. Earlier, I failed to recognize Joyce Anderson, who's our prior chair. She came to observe today, and we welcome you and thank you so much for your continued interest in the commission. The next item is to go through the commission guide. And I'm wondering whether any of the election staff have any suggestions for changes.
well, I don't have any particular suggestions. I think this is an important process, and I think that you need to review the guide, and I would recommend that you start at the beginning, and you should probably review page by page. And if you have corrections, we will note your corrections, and this is a draft, and we will then final it. So if you, that would be my recommendation. These are the practices that have been in place. I am afraid I do not know when this started, but I can tell by this header it was more than 10 years ago before I started.
Thank you very much. So then, do you all have the copy of your,
Yes.
in front of you? And it starts with the introduction. Do we need to do the introduction? Yes.
Lauren Lehman, I don't think it really matters, but it's in 3 different places we use different words to describe what we want from elections. And I like all the words, quite frankly. The first, in the second paragraph, the first one is fair and impartial. Okay, that's good. I'll endorse that. And then the next time in line 3 and 4, it's fair, accurate, and transparent. So we introduce kind of a new topic, and then if we go down to the next full paragraph, we believe in the words are fair, accurate, and accessible. So all of those are good things, but I just noticed when I was reading through here that we kind of say different things, and I'm just wondering if maybe this is a little more disjointed than it should be, or maybe because of the context of how we're saying it may be appropriate. Anyway, it's just something I noticed.
Thank you, Lauren.
I don't want to be critical of writing other than,
Well, it's your manual.
Yes.
So you get to write it however you would like it to be written.
Well, I just pointed out it doesn't bother me a whole lot. Maybe not enough to make the change, other than I just think maybe there's a way that we can say, our goal is for elections to be fair, impartial, transparent, accurate, and accessible. I almost apologize for bringing it up, but
No, that's exactly what we're here for.
Lisa here. As an editor, I always like consistency, personally. Pick something and stick with it. So to have, I mean, I just got this guide right before the meeting, so I haven't had a chance to review it, but I guess I would be in favor of picking your words and just repeat them throughout.
So could I make an editing suggestion in the first paragraph where it starts with our community? So what if we said in that line, our community expects that municipal elections are conducted in a fair manner, and take out and impartial. And then and then we could take out, so I think the difference is that one is the vision statement for the elections team and one is their mission statement. So how about if we just take out, we could either take out the 3 sentences that talk about the vision statement, or we could take out the paragraph regarding the mission statement. I wonder if we should take out the mission statement.
or revise it.
Well, we can't do that because it's the elections team mission statement and they're not here. That's not the commission's mission statement.
Oh, okay.
But, Madam Chair, with respect, like Lisa, I haven't had a chance to review it. Frankly, doing this after the tour has been very, very helpful for me. I look at the 3 different things that you have in there, Lauren, as kind of a serial thing. This is what they said, this is what these guys said, this is what we said. consider the Declaration of Independence a founding document of the United States, even though it doesn't bind the Constitution. You know, it informs the Constitution, as an example. So, I mean, I kind of look at it that way. But at any rate, but I see the so at any rate, I think you could have certainly worded it better. If we have to adopt better wording today, I suggest that Lauren put forward wording, and you know, I'd support anything that just, you know, says all those good things. You know, that's the way I look at it.
They're good words.
It's not a bad.
Yeah.
I don't see any of them as in conflict, and I don't see them as. I mean, you know, we've got there's a mission statement over there too. I mean, it's. I pretty much wrote the mission statement on my application to be on the commission. So, I don't know if we need to do anything with this. I guess my question is there anything in here that's, you know how sometimes you have law, then you have regulation, then you have practice, okay? And what I'm most concerned about is that if it's not in the law and we're saying it's practice, and we're adopting it kind of as our policy, so to speak, just want to know that we're doing it. If it's in the law, that's the Assembly's job. But, you know, I mean, for example, and what you say in there is, I guess the question I'd have, is there anything in here that is practice that you're looking for discretion from us? I mean, obviously the two people, whenever there's live ballots, that makes perfect sense. To me, as I said to you, as I said to the clerk on a telephone call recently, I'm just kind of want to make sure that we get beyond the allegations of trust issues when it came to observers. That was one reason why I thought it would be good on the commission. We don't really talk about observers in here, so.
Madam Chair, I'd like to
Aubrey.
encourage everybody to make sure they have all the facts before we worry about issues of trust. I think we need to make sure we have the facts.
I'm not allegating anything. And you and I had a good discussion,
Yes.
and you put my fears to rest. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it might make sense for this commission, in the new guide that it has, to maybe have a better statement about observers, because the Assembly has changed the law recently, and we just want to make sure that the training issues, the access issues, what happens here when before you turn out the lights, but dismiss everything. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me suggest then we go to the second page, and we can, I've got the notes about that, and if we can pick a deadline for everybody to get back. The Elections Commission's duties, rules, and practices are in the code, and these are listed on that page. And so let's take a look at those so that we all understand, we're on the same page about the role of the Election Commission. So any questions about the commission's duties or those rules of practice or anything? I think the most important thing that we need to do is, continue looking at a meeting schedule to review its procedures and establish a training schedule. This is part of training, is this meeting. I mentioned that you're always invited to, okay.
They just brought to my attention, it's 4:00 and we need a motion to extend the meeting. If we are going to
So
extend.
moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Seconded by Elaine.
Did you want to extend for 30 minutes?
Yes, let's do 30 minutes.
Okay.
Motion to extend for 30 minutes. Do we need a question?
Do you want to, you can ask if there's any opposition, or if you would like to vote, I can do a roll call.
My motion is to extend till we get through the agenda.
Oh, okay.
And, we have to adjourn by midnight, and I think we'll be done in 30 to 60 minutes, Madam Chair, but I would move we extend so we don't have to do this a second time.
Okay, do we have a second then?
I second.
Elaine seconds. All right. The motion carries then. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much. Then the motion carries that we extend until we're done.
So, the training schedule, I think that this is really important. We still haven't quite finished all of the training schedule for our election workers. It's in progress. Some of it is scheduled, but we'll get that training scheduled to you. And what's important about that is you can come in and do signature verification training, as Glennis has done in the past. You should plan to come for logic and accuracy testing. That's really important to us. We have to do logic and accuracy testing, and it's important to us that the commission is here because you're the impartial citizens that are participating in and reviewing the results of the logic and accuracy testing. So that is another part of the schedule. We have talked a little bit about the public session of canvass, which the code says must be scheduled on or before the third Friday after the election. And I believe that's currently scheduled for April 22nd.
Right.
And, pardon?
Sorry to disrupt, but on that point, you now say on or before?
Yes, that is what the code says.
So
So it can't be on April 23rd. I know you asked that, and that it cannot be on the 23rd.
The day after. Yeah.
It cannot be.
But there's probably a limit on the front side of that as well to allow enough days for the international ballots to come in and so
That's 15 days after the election. So if the election's on the 5th, everything is in by the 20th. Is that right?
We don't have a 15-day time limit. The time limit is, so for our military and overseas ballots, what the code, everything, for the cures, everything has to be received by the start of the public session of canvass. So that starts it always typically starts on the Friday before certification at 5 p.m. So that's typically when it starts. So as long as the cure is received before then the staff processes it, and or not if it believes that it should be rejected, and then brings all of that to you at the public session of canvass. So for military and overseas voters, those envelopes are accepted until, I believe, either the Monday or the noon the day before certification. So we really push the outside of that envelope. So the commission has to meet on certification day because you have to approve any envelopes that came in after the first public session of Canvas. So, no, we don't have a 15-day time limit. But it's still, if the public session of Canvas happens on that 15th day, then we can't count anything that's received after that.
Yes.
Madam Chair, this may or may not be on at the right time on the agenda, but before I was appointed to this commission, I had a commitment. I serve on another board of a very large global nonprofit, and they're meeting on Wednesday the 20th, and have workshops through the 23rd. And I obviously, I looked at the election, I said it was the 5th, and I didn't ask you, but I should have asked you, and I apologize. And I'm only on this commission this year for this election, unless I'm reappointed. So I will fulfill my public responsibilities. I wanted to just ask to see if there's any way we could move the canvassing up a little bit. I could, if I can possibly, if we could possibly get through it the 19th without disenfranchising any voters, which sounds to me like we can, because it's just a very small amount of people who are in on that last day. I wanted to ask if there's any chance we could, and I know others may. I know Lauren had a conflict as well, or at least mentioned that.
Thank you. Me.
And I haven't asked you about this.
No,
Barbara.
that's
I was going to
fine.
ask you about it at lunch last week, and then my mother went into the hospital. So, at any rate, I only just bring it up.
I do not see that that's a problem. So a couple of things. So the canvass has usually been held on the second Friday after the election. So we've recognized in the last couple of, even though the code allows the third, and so it's been a scramble, and we haven't gotten all those cure letters back. And people are in the audience saying, I got a letter, but I couldn't get it here before you started, so they're here at 7 o'clock at night. So I think that the weekend would really help. I think that would get, like you said, most of those people. And the military and overseas voters, they count anyway. They count anyway up to Tuesday the 26th. But we do have to convene a meeting. And I think that we might, I'm not positive we can do that electronically or virtually because you'll be adjudicating things. It's possible that there aren't any rejected military and overseas ballots, and you don't need to do anything.
I guess I'd put it this way. If we did the major canvass on the 19th,
yes,
I could be back for the 26th.
yes. So that would be fine with staff. That's not a problem for us. If that's the will of the body, that's not a problem.
And I sincerely apologize to fellow commissioners for having this. I totally misunderstood our.
It's understandable.
Well,
Okay, so-
I have a conflict with Thursday and Friday out of state I'm on a university board. And I will have to decide if I participate electronically, or one way or the other, just have to make it work. And if we switch the dates, then that may make that conflict go away for me. If not, I want to honor my commitment here. I probably can't do the canvassing as my conclusion electronically. I think it would be too difficult.
I can let you know you cannot do the canvass electronically. We've looked into this during the pandemic. You are an adjudicative body. You are making adjudicative decisions on ballot envelopes that have confidential information. And by the way, last year, I think you rejected 700 envelopes. So we cannot get the images of 700 envelopes to a commissioner.
How long did that process take? Just out of
We
curiosity.
started at 2 in the afternoon and we went to 11 at night.
Yeah.
It was a very long process last year. So we've never gone to 11 before. That was a record. So I would encourage you to choose a date that you can be in person, because you can listen, but you cannot vote if you're electronic.
So, Madam Chair, at the appropriate time on this agenda, whether it's now or later, I'd like to move that we do the canvass on the 19th.
On the 19th?
The earlier in the day for me, the better, because I'd probably be on the plane that evening, and just want to make sure we get our work done.
The board meeting I have on Wednesday, I can do electronically, but I can't do it if I'm on an airplane, so I'll probably take it out.
So typically the meeting starts at about 2, and we do the work session from 2 until 4. And then the public session of canvas starts at 5, so that the public can be here.
What do you suggest?
I'm not sure.
Are we working around 5 p.m. then? I mean, why can't we start if it takes till 11?
We normally start at 5, yes.
But I thought it was 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. the last time. So
Right.
can we just move the start time up? Just to be sure that we're...
So Lisa, to clarify, what happens is that 2 p.m. till 4 p.m. is the work session where the commission is going through, the commission goes through all 700 or so of the rejected ballots. So it's sort of a practice. And then at 5 p.m. is the official start of the public session of canvass. As you know, we had a lot of observers here, and so at the actual public session of canvass, what happened was we had a table set up for the observers, and there were two primary sets of observers. So the commission reviewed the ballots, then one side reviewed the ballots, then the other side reviewed the ballots, so that they could file any challenges. So that took from 5 until 11 p.m. The public session of canvass starts at 5 p.m. so that the public can be here.
Okay, so it's just 5 p.m. because it's after work for most people.
For most people, that's right. So a question, if you're traveling, is do you want to move it to Monday, the 18th?
Yeah, fine with me.
I just don't want to my schedule is, it's a problem for me, but I would not want to disenfranchise any voter by doing this. So,
Same with me. I'd rather get the votes from the voters than to take care of it.
Yeah. So, would you like to make a motion then that we?
yeah, Madam Chair, if it's appropriate, could we move the date of the canvassing to Monday the 18th?
Do we have? Is that your motion then? Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Lehman?
But I'd like to hear from Lisa. You're the one probably with your work schedule that makes it difficult for you.
Yeah. What I'm gleaning is that probably through April it's a little bit more flexible, and I can turn in a leave request form now. I don't think, I have to look at the schedule that they do all them, but there's a certain time period. I think it's like a month and a half before the pay period that I request to be off is when they make a final decision. So I can request it now, but I may not hear definitively until beginning of March. But I think, I mean, with advance notice, I think it would probably work.
And
I mean, I haven't, yeah.
At either rate, you would be here at 5 o'clock for the official on that Monday, is that right?
Yeah, you'll be
What's
here in
that?
person. Lisa, will you be here in person on the 18th?
I would have to request well, I don't get paid when I get off, but I request an LWOP, and it's usually a 2-week period. So it would be, the 16th through the 29th is what I would request off, or that I'm not scheduled for a ferry that time. But like I said, I won't know if that's approved. I don't think until March 1st. I'm not positive. I just started with the ferry, but still trying to figure out all their processes. But I can request it. And, in April, there's still not a lot of ferries running. So the demand for workers won't be quite as great as summer. So all I can say is I think it might work,
So,
but I won't know for sure.
so if it works for Lisa, it appears that it works for the other 4 commissioners, so you'd have a quorum. And I think that's important. I think
Yeah.
that if Lisa couldn't be here in person, she could listen telephonically, but she could not vote.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I say if it works for everybody else, then, let's just pick the 18th, and I'll do my best to plead with them to let me off. How's that?
Well, yeah, Lisa, that would be the case for you for Tuesday also, right? And
Yeah, because the pay period goes from the 16th through the 29th, so I would ask for that section of time off. So I would, at least that's how I understand. That's what I did. I'm going home on the 15th of February, and I just asked for one whole pay period. So I say schedule it on the 18th or whatever day works for 4 people, and if I get approved, then I can be there.
So we have a motion to have the canvass on the 18th, and we have a second. So can we vote on that, please? All say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
None opposed, so the motion carries to have it on the 18th of April,
Is that a 2 p.m. start? Is that
2 p.m.
a 2
start.
p.m. start?
Most likely, it'll be a 2 p.m. start. We need to update the public notice and update the election calendar. It already has been publicly noticed, but we will revise that. So that will be done. It will be a 2 p.m. start, and then 5 p.m. for the public session of canvass. We provide dinner for the commission in the break while the staff is updating the reports between 4 and 5. And then the canvass starts at 5 and it goes until complete. That's what the code says.
I just wanted to make sure that I'm clear on this, so we're not just accommodating me with our schedules, but everybody's vote will still have an opportunity to be certified, even if it legally comes in after that date.
That is not the case. The code says that you know, if you have, there's 3 scenarios here. So, if you have a ballot envelope that is postmarked on or before Election Day, it must be received before the start of the public session of canvass, which will now be at 5 p.m. on Monday, the 18th. Unless it is an overseas or military voter, and those voters have until the following week, because their ballots don't have to be returned until right before certification. But we'll need to get you to approve that.
Okay.
So we'll need you to meet again.
But we'll have an opportunity to act on that
If-
by the time of assembly action and certification on the 26th.
Right,
Okay.
that is true.
Okay.
There are some other voters whose votes will not be able to be counted, and those are voters with cures. So if voters have cure letters that are returned after the start of the public session of canvass, which is now Monday the 18th at 5 p.m., those will not be counted. Nothing we can do about that. That's the code.
But
Must be returned by 5 p.m. on.
The cure letter that goes, or the letter that goes out requesting the cure will tell them what their deadline is.
Absolutely.
That is correct.
Okay.
And the previous deadline was the second Friday after the election, so this is 3 days longer.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's 3 days longer. I
Yep.
was going to make that point.
Yep.
Madam Chair, a question I was going to ask about the cure letters. We now have emails for most voters, as I understand it. Is that correct?
No, we do not have emails for most voters.
Even though, okay. Is there an email on the envelope?
Voters optionally may put their email on the envelope. I don't know if that blank used to be there. I am not sure if it's still there. If it's there, we absolutely
Yeah,
use it.
The only reason why I say this is that as somebody who's often working around the state or around the world, I see an email before I see a certified letter in my mailbox. And if our procedure, and again, this is kind of like code regulation procedures. If the procedure for a cure letter also sent an email at the time it sent, the letter saying, a formal letter is coming in the mail, but if we had that, that would be a way to help avoid disenfranchisement. That's all I'm saying. And then further, and I guess I have a question, is that if there is a cure letter sent, and there's an over-the-vote story that Tom Stewart, who was Secretary of State, or was Secretary of the Constitutional Convention, longtime friend, said that in the first election after statehood, there was one legislative race that came down to like 7 votes, and so each side was trying to figure out, do we push to have this ballot opened and which way it was, and they went to a couple, and the couple said, we can't remember how we voted. So they opened the ballot, so the court ruled to open the ballot anyway. And it turned out that they had not voted in the legislative race. They were so excited to be voting for president for the first time that they had not voted for anybody else and had sent it in. But I only tell that story because if there is a procedure or if on the commission's advice, either to you or to the assembly, ultimately, we can urge cure, kind of a more regular cure process, that to me is important. It's important across the state too, because we don't have an ID requirement in many parts of the state, but we do, and people want an ID requirement, like to rely on the cure aspect. And I think the faster you can tell somebody, here's your chance to cure. And the other question is, do you tell the public that these 700 ballots, or I don't know how many cure letters you send in the general election here in Anchorage, if we tell the public that these ballots weren't counted because they have something that needs to be cured, then you'll get campaigns on both sides going back to them and saying, go here. And I don't know what the procedure is there, but that's.
Well, we
that's
can
my
tell
question.
you what the procedure is. So, number one, we do not send an email at the same time as the cure letter, even if there's an email on the ballot, but we will look into doing that. So it would be a new additional procedure, and as Jamie already told you, we are short workers. So it's adding a step to our process. It's also a record, and it requires us to maintain that record. And I've already told you, when we do stuff, we're going to do it 100% correct. So I'm cautiously telling you that I think we will look into doing that, sending the email at the same time as the letter, if it's provided. We will look into that. I think that's a good idea. And we are open to those good ideas. I would like to ask you, let's not codify it, because I think we have a little bit more flexibility if we don't codify stuff. If you codify stuff, it just makes it more expensive and cumbersome, and someday maybe we won't use emails. But in any event.
Somebody can say you've made the election looser because a troll can be registered to vote.
So the second thing that I think is really important, and Jamie just passed this out to you, track your ballot. This is new. We are providing ballot tracking. Voters can sign up at anchoragevotes.com, and they will get alerts, as you can see in the middle. At the very bottom, if your ballot return envelope is accepted for counting, or if there is an issue to be resolved. If you sign up with Ballot Tracks, you are going to get an alert, and you can get the alert however you want it, via text, email, phone. So anyway, it's however you sign up, or all three. Or all three.
So, Madam Chair, this is fantastic. When I tried to get this done in the 2010 election statewide, and Craig Campbell told me, no, you better go become a lieutenant governor and try to get it done. And it's still, I don't think it is done as easily at the state level. So, but there's one great advantage to the voter to have this, which is that people who are calling to get you to, all those phone calls you get like before the election, if your vote's in, they won't call you.
So that, let me tell you, I have two more things with that. So number one, we're going to try to email at the same time as the letter. Two, we have ballot tracks. Third, yes, this information is available to the campaigns. And I mentioned when we were doing a tour that we have the challenge ballot list. So Liz, one of our staffers, produces the challenge ballot list every day. It's saved, and we allow people to sign up for the challenge ballot list. The campaigns sign up for it. We also have the daily voted list, which is exactly what Meade was referring to. The daily voted list is everybody's ballot who has gone through that is good, and so they stop calling you. So that's why they want that list. So you can get that info from calling or using ballot tracks. It's the same info, but we're getting it out there, and we know that the campaigns want it. The third thing I think I wanted to say was we recognize that you get your ballot package, you have 21 days to do whatever you're going to do with it. Vote it, tear it up, not vote it, right? My ballot envelope goes to a P.O. box, and I am not even sure if I have a key to that P.O. box. That is not my end of the log. So if I got a cure letter and my spouse was out of town, I would never see it. So that's why I am very sympathetic to this idea of the email or ballot tracks, or the campaigns contacting people. I think we had a much higher cure rate last year because the campaigns were getting the challenge ballot lists and they were contacting people. We were hearing from people that they were challenged before we'd even sent the letter. So in any event, it's all working.
And so because of that experience last year, we had made the decision this year to create a blank cure letter. So when a voter comes in because they've heard from the campaign or from ballot tracks, if they come in or if they're calling our vote call-in line, we can email them immediately that blank cure letter. It just doesn't have their name and and so then they can immediately sign it and do whatever else they need to do and email it back before the letter maybe even got sent. So we are taking steps to do that as well.
That sounds like a good plan. All right.
So I think we're back to, there may be some people who don't get their cure letter back between Monday and Friday, but I think you can tell we have really shrunk that number very small with these new practices that we're doing to get the cure letters back as soon as possible.
Yeah, when you say if there's an issue to be resolved.
Yep.
So does the voter who has signed up for this, do they get the notice like I do when I'm sending something on priority mail? Yep, it's left the Anchorage post office. Yep, it's in Seattle. Yep, it's going to my wife in Alabama. Or is it something where I have to remember to go use the tracking number and go with that?
You get to choose that.
Okay.
You can choose to get the alerts or to go. If you don't sign up, you can just log in and look at the status. So it works either way. But if you sign up for the alerts and if you take that home and all sign up, it would be great practice. So, do you know how many people we have signed up?
I don't know.
I think it's over 500 people already. And we just started it, so we're real happy with that.
That's a good response.
Yep.
I have a question.
Ms. Laura.
In practice, and maybe you said it, I don't know what we're going through here, but before the final date of the election, which is April 5th, you're getting ballots coming in, what'd you say, 21 days before? So the first days you get the ballots in, maybe 18 or 19 days before the election. Do you request cure on ballots that need curing even before April 5th?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The
Good.
code requires the cure letter to be sent within 3 days of processing. So yes,
And
the
you're processing. Yeah.
ballots are mailed on the 21st. We get a ballot back, let's say on the 19th. That was your example. There's no sig match. They have to get the letter within, so that would be the 17th or whatever, the 15th. They have to get it within 3 days.
So what you're saying is that thing fills up until you can't begin counting until 8 o'clock.
Oh,
on election night.
two different issues. And did you know I forgot to tell you about that? So we're processing envelopes from they're mailed on the 21st, so on day 20, we don't process on day 20 because, that's silly. But yes, we could start processing envelopes. And then we could start opening envelopes, and we could be putting envelopes in the cage. We could also start scanning. And I told you there were 3 steps over there, and I forgot to tell you the third. First is scanning, second is adjudication, third is tabulation. I forgot about that step. Tabulation is 8 p.m. on election night. So there's no tabulation before that. And that's a big deal. The only people that are authorized to work on the machine are clerk, deputy clerk, and our election coordinator. So there's only 3 of us that have access to that machine. The code requires us to have the municipal ombudsman, the internal auditor, or the IT director present. And so one of them is present at 8:00 p.m. And there's also lots of people here too. And at 8:00 p.m., we push the buttons to get the totals. The report probably pops up on those big screens so people could see the results if they wanted to. We don't, it's not to like display it. We take the results on an encrypted thumb drive and we download the results reports, and then we take it to an internet connected computer in the staff area and upload those to the website. So that happens, we say, usually by 8:30 or 9 o'clock at the latest. So you are correct that we had to expand that cage because we don't start, I believe we can start 7 days before the election, start scanning the LRSA candidates or the LRSA elections. There's 23 LRSAs on this ballot. Is that right? And the LRSA boards of supervisors can have a qualified write-in 7 days before the election. So we can't start scanning before that 7 days because they might not have come in and registered their write-in. So that cage does get pretty full.
Anybody else? That explains a lot. Thank you, Barbara. So, shall we get on with this?
Okay, so I think we've kind of talked. We'll keep working on a training schedule, but that is the most critical day, is that public session of canvas, and I think we've got that worked out. The other dates are somewhat optional. I am going to get the date for the logic and accuracy testing before we go. I'll take a second here. But if you'd like to take a look at the page 6, and there's the practice of election commission and officials always working in teams of 2. And we have a little bit of protocol right here, which I think we may have discussed before, that if questions go to the chair or vice chair of the election commission, if the member isn't satisfied, you can go to the clerk or the municipal clerk, and then if you're not satisfied, we can contact the municipal attorney, and the municipal attorney's answer is final. We implemented this, the year that I started as clerk. There were a lot of people working in elections who, were pretty independent. They had a by-mail board at that time, and the by-mail board and the commission got into a little bit of a conflict, and so we had to figure out a way to resolve the conflict, and this is how we proposed resolving the conflict, and it's worked amazingly well ever since. And so we just wanted to let you know that if you do want us to contact a municipal attorney, like I said, Jamie and I have been in close contact with them, almost we're talking to them every single day to make sure that we follow the law. I will let you know that Jamie had a edit on the ballot the other day. It said property owners.
It said property owner for a LRSA, and so we had to add the S to make it property owners. That it needed to be approved by the majority of the property owners
In the LRSA. So it's a Scrivener's error.
So if I own a property in Girdwood, do I vote in that LRSA?
The Girdwood Board of Supervisors.
if that's where you're registered to vote.
Are you registered to vote in Girdwood? no, then you don't get to vote on it. But if you're a property owner, she's talking about LRSA, they live in the LRSA, so they get to vote on the LRSA property taxes. If you lived in Girdwood like Jamie, she would get to vote on that Girdwood Board of Supervisors. But even that S, correcting the property owner to property owners, the ordinance was passed by the assembly incorrectly. The municipal attorney has to make that decision. We don't make those decisions. So I just want you to know, we don't make corrections to ballots. We don't do that. We consult with the municipal attorney.
So the mail board, does that still exist?
No, it doesn't exist anymore. It's really the review and resolution team. But, you know, there's going to be things that are happening all throughout the election that we're making decisions about whether to count a ballot or to put it in the commission materials. So if, for example, I'll give you an example. A voter rejects because they're code XX. So the voter is dead. So the ballot is outsorted, and we have to take a look at that. And let's say that the ballots were mailed 21 days before, and the voter voted on the 20th day, and it's postmarked on the 20th day, and the voter died on the 15th day. We're counting that ballot. And if I say that's a full count, and the review and resolution team member does not agree with me and says, no, we shouldn't count that, they're dead, they can take that to the municipal, they need to bring it to me or Jamie, and we'll get the municipal attorney to issue an opinion on that. In Alaska, that vote counts. Even if the voter voted when the voter was alive, but dies before the election, the vote counts. So if we had a dispute with an election worker, we'd get the municipal attorney involved. So that's the way we do things.
Well, let's have fun with that.
I had an example of that. I registered my father, who was almost 93, on October 1st and then expecting, like me with his mother, expecting that he would be with us for a considerable time after that. But he died on the 15th of October, perhaps, and I don't remember, perhaps even before the ballot got to him. I don't know that for sure, but at any rate, you know, when we were collecting his things at the nursing home to take, there likely was an envelope which was his ballot, and there was no way I was going to vote that for him. Mm-hmm. Because I didn't want to be sitting in that hotel over here. No, I know better than that, but it was an example of. But then you're saying that if somebody had voted that, then it could have counted. Oh, by the way, when I registered him to vote, he said, "Lauren, my hand doesn't work anymore, and I can't write my name." I said, "Dad, just make a mark," and he just did a kind of an X. I thought, okay.
How do you know that Carol voted for Lauren Lehman for lieutenant governor? Probably 14 days before the election and 6 days before her death. Well, that was counted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but in that case, the person who died actually did vote.
Did vote.
Correct.
Yeah, and that would be, in my opinion, that should count. And that's
Absolutely,
legitimate.
yeah.
But what I'm saying is that sometime between the request for the ballot and his death, my dad, either if he got the ballot and hadn't voted it yet, or he didn't get it yet, then it was too late by the 15th of October when he died.
I think we all agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm on page 7, and we've talked about this a little bit. Some of the duties of the election commissioners, and I've said that the clerk's duty is to count every ballot, and the election commission's duty is to vote on the rejected ballots. So what we call them is pending rejected ballot envelopes, because I can't reject anything, but I can bring something to you that says, this doesn't meet the requirements of the code for me to count this ballot. I need your recommendation and advice. And so that's basically what you're doing. And that's why there's 700. There's a lot of them that are in this kind of limbo. I will say most of them are postmarks. You know, the majority, like over probably 260 are late postmarks. So those ones are fairly easy. But I just wanted to point out that that's the focus of the Election Commission duty. And if you want to move on to page 8.
I have a question. I highlighted here on page 7, if I could ask you.
Yes.
I'm getting to understand your terminology a little better, but this term, it says, although ballot envelope review is primarily done by the reject code and not ballot envelope type. And I go, what do you mean? I don't know if anybody else said. I'm not sure I understand what is meant here. Review is by the reject code and not ballot envelope type.
Yeah, okay, so the envelope type is, question ballot is one type of envelope. Special needs is another type of envelope. And electronic voted ballots would be another group. And then just by mail ballots would be the other group. And that's obviously our big group. So I think this language, and I think we could update this since it doesn't make sense, probably anymore. This is an old manual, and in the olden days, the commission said, all right, let's do the question envelopes. Okay, let's do the special needs envelopes. Let's do the electronic envelopes. And I know one year there were 2,000 questioned envelopes. So that took us a lot of time. I don't think we had 10 last year. So it doesn't make sense to group them by ballot type anymore. So that's a relic of the old system. And remember, we had more question ballots when we were poll-based, because if you didn't go to your precinct, you had to vote a question. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's just the term. The term there. Could that be clarified so we can understand the language, or if it can be eliminated or rephrased or something?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So I will update this and we will rewrite this. And it's probably just going to say ballot envelope review is done by reject code. And that will probably be the end of it.
Yeah.
All right? And then the reject codes are listed later, but maybe we need to list them here.
Well, I saw them somewhere in the document, and you may say by reject code on page whatever it is.
Okay.
Here they are, 13 and 14, it looks like.
Yep.
Yeah, don't put them in a second time.
All right, great. We'll do that.
Thank you, Barbara.
Okay.
All right, so then we're on to page 8, and it's talking about the public session of canvas.
have one question.
Yes.
Lisa?
Might be a dumb. What is the term canvas? It's not, I mean, canvas is normally spelled with one S, and what is this with two S's? Is it some term? I don't know.
It is a term of art that doesn't mean anything except when the election commission needs to review the potentially rejected ballots. You're canvassing the ballots.
Okay.
Yeah. Lisa, that term is used elsewhere. You could canvass a neighborhood, you could canvass a group of people to see what they think on something, and it's spelled that way with two S's. In this case, it's a specific function of the board.
And in many
I
jurisdictions,
there was a word that was spelled with two S's, canvas with two S's.
yeah,
So.
and in many jurisdictions, Lisa, the board that we are, the Elections Commission, is called the canvassing board.
Canvassing board, right.
Okay. All right.
And
Thank you.
I do think the state has a canvas board, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Probably made appointments to it, but I can't remember.
So I think page 8 really just details many of the things that we've been talking about what's going to happen, what we're doing to get ready for the public session of Canvas.
So, Madam Chair, I'm going to ask a general question that will help me with the scary 700 number that you heard a couple of times earlier today. My first, I've been involved in the mechanics of elections since my father was mayor of a small town in Connecticut in the 70s, late 60s and 70s. And I thought about it a lot with my mom's passing because she was an election worker and so forth. But in 1978, there was a contested election where I was master of the evidence for the challenger. And we found 10,000 ballots that should have been rejected at some point in the process. And it was either postmarks, which were the hardest ones to argue for because the post office would take a bundle of ballots, maybe stamp the top one and stick them in a rubber band, but there was no, the law said rely on a postmark, and there was no postmark. A witness signature where we found hundreds, if not thousands, of ballots where it was inconsistent. One district, the northern district in the state, counted them and one didn't. And I learned the hard way, you could read it in the Supreme Court record, that I argued for consistency during a recount as an observer. Lieutenant Governor said, fine, we'll be consistent. Counted them all, and then we challenged them because they had counted the ones that shouldn't have been counted. And I was told, well, we were doing what your team asked. But at any rate, I guess what I'm worried about is consistency. We want, whatever our position is or has been or will be, and I think this may come up in your training on, the training coming up, but, does failure to have let's suppose it's a witness and just somebody scribbles a thing and writes down, Mickey Mouse. Do you accept that as Mickey Mouse exists, or do you go look up that? If somebody challenges and says, look, the same witness did this in Gabrielle News District, and everybody lived in the same post office box. I guess all I'm saying is there's kind of it would be good for me to know the tradition of, because then we had an attorney general back in 1978. His name was Ab Gross. He just basically said, we're not going to disenfranchise voters to count them all. And you know, it went to the U.S. Supreme Court, and which didn't take it, but the state Supreme Court reversed the lower court within a week, and it was all really over consistency issues. I mean, in the end, I don't know who won that election. I knew both candidates very well, and ended up working for both of them, working with them. But I mean, the point of it is that it was an incredibly discontinuous system where one district did things one way and one district did things another way, and it's a mess. And I guess the question is, what's our procedure? What do you do when you know, yeah, there's a witness signature. Do you take their word for it, or did somebody just scribble something else? You know, those kinds of questions. Or should we be very hard-nosed and just say, listen, if you don't fill this thing out to the letter, tough luck? I don't know.
Well, in answer to that question, I think there is an I don't know element. It's why you're a quasi-judicial body. You are making the hard decisions, and I'm relieved that my staff and I aren't. We're bringing them to you. So what we're going to do is we're going to follow the code, and so in the code, if the code is, I wish I had a piece of code that I could use as an example. If the code says, do not do this, a vote may not count if, then I'm not going to count the vote. But if the code is silent and there's a question, I'm going to bring it to you. And there is an attorney present at the public session of Canvas. And so you have an opportunity to have someone with some election expertise to ask some of these questions. And then you get to consider the facts and the law, if there is law, or the absence of law, and then like a judge or jury, you have to vote. Now I know there's a couple of times where I think someone appeared and they wanted their vote to count, and it was rejected, and I wish I could remember why, but the code said you may not count that. And the commission wanted to count it, and the attorney said, I'm sorry, you can't count it because that's what the code said. And the commission split because one of the commissioners just hated that provision of code. And I sort of remember the voters standing up and screaming at them that this was wrong. And we made a proposal to the assembly to change that provision of code next year because it was so unfair to the voter, and even the commission felt that way by that split vote. I think some voted in favor. So that's the hard job. I think you nailed exactly what the hard job is. And I think you can ask the commissioners when they're reviewing things, well, what have you done before? And the commissioners can let you know what they've done in the past. But ultimately the questions end up being pretty fact specific, and it's up to you, a majority of you, to decide what to do. Not a good answer, not what you wanted, right?
Well,
So I have a question on that. This is Lisa. If I'm understanding you correctly, if it's not set out specifically in code and a scenario comes up where we can decide one way or the other, it seems to me that the wrong time to ask the question, what have you done in the past, is not after voting day when we're counting. Shouldn't it be, maybe this is the place. We decide now what's going to be allowed and what's going to be rejected from the get-go, and we all agree on it. So then that there's none of this, oh, well, in this case it sure looks like this and it sure looks like that, and well, what have you done in the past? And I don't think election day is the time to be asking what should we do. But maybe I misunderstood something.
I wonder if you may have slightly misunderstood. I'm saying that only would happen if the code is not clear. And
Right, but that's the thing. In the instance where the code is not clear, it would seem that we should have something in the guide to say what we reject and what we do now, not when it's happening, not when it's live.
I think it would be difficult, if not impossible, to come up with all of those fact scenarios. But if we look on the next page, I'm on page 9. If we go on to page 11, you can see what those are, what the reject codes are.
Barbara, I know what that example was, if you'd like me to say what it was.
Please.
What was that?
I know what the example was that Barbara was talking about, that we made the recommendation to the assembly to change, if you'd like me to relate that.
Would you please present that to us?
The example was on a question ballot. The poll worker needed to sign on the bottom of the envelope. The poll worker did not sign on the bottom of the envelope, and the code specifically said that if the poll worker didn't sign, it had to be rejected. And so the commission felt that the ballot should be accepted because it wasn't the voter's problem that they didn't fill it out right. It was the poll worker that didn't sign. So we made that recommendation to the assembly, and that was changed. So I just wanted to say that's what the issue was. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Joyce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously, that's a great example of a fact situation. What are you going to do? And, I'm going to just tell you, it's entirely up to the commission. If you say, this law is stupid and I am not voting in favor of this law, that is your prerogative. Or if you say, I'm following the law and I'm voting to reject, that is also your prerogative.
So, can I ask on the postmark issue, was your problem with the post office or with the voters? How did we get so many bad postmarks?
Well, I'll say we had like 260 some bad postmarks, and the commission asked me the year before to fix that. It was 400 the year before. So I think we made a significant decrease, especially because we had so many more voters last year. So what we did in our instructions, and actually we've worked with Randy Grudrick on this because Randy's, he gets what's going on here, is that we say, if you mail your ballot on Monday or election day, be sure to get it hand canceled by the post office. So, and the reason for that is what happens is if you mail your ballot from the post office in Eagle River or Muldoon or Midtown, that envelope goes to the Anchorage post office at the airport to get postmarked. So those postmarks are not happening the day you drop it in the mailbox. So that's why the materials say get it hand canceled. And in all of our materials, we also say use a secure drop box, take it to a vote center, or use the mail. So we're offering other options. So I think we've reduced it substantially. I think one of the other things that we've talked about taking a box of donuts out to the post office. So I'm going to add that to my list again. And,
Well,
you know,
it's funny, they actually have somebody standing there till midnight on April 15th.
Exactly.
And, you know, the election, I'm sorry, the postmaster for Alaska is somebody who's accessible. Yeah.
And so we need to ask them to help us when they see that official election mail coming in, to take the extra minute to hand cancel that if it's coming at one of the outlying post offices before they transfer it to Anchorage. And so we can send a communication to them. I think that's a really good idea.
Madam Chair, I'd recommend that we, if you do that, copy our congressional delegation. And they might look into that as well. But believe it or not, if you're a member of Congress, you have a lot to do with the post office.
So would you like to make a motion to that?
So can
effect, or-
you don't?
It's really just a recommendation.
Yeah,
Okay.
She's going to do
Okay.
it.
Exactly. It's just direction. You may give me direction. If you object to the direction, you can all fight it out, but that is easy direction. We're happy to do that.
Thank you.
So you can see on page 11 all of these reasons why we are bringing rejected ballots to you. In our opinion, it's difficult. You know, some of these are difficult. The biggest problem for me is those no postmarks but received after Election Day. I think one of the problems with that is the day after the election. So we received 100 envelopes without a postmark. Well, you know they had to have been mailed on or before Election Day. It just seems so difficult to bring those to you, but we do. And
Well, I'll just go back to that 78 election. We had several affidavits of people who, in areas where, well, they went on the radio and said, listen, you can post your absentee ballot till midnight tonight. Go post your absentee. If you don't like tonight's election results, then, you know, go post your thing. And the election result on election night was 1,000 votes in the statewide election. It came down to 98 on the other side. And there was absolutely no way to know which ones were legit and which ones weren't. Because of the post office.
yeah, and I think it's you know, one of the things when people come to the drop boxes and the drop boxes are getting locked at 8 o'clock, you know, people start arguing with our workers that it's not 8, take this. And they have a card that they just hand to them that says, I can take your ballot, but it's after 8 o'clock. Or, you know, this directs you to go to the post office because you can mail it. But it says to get it hand canceled. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't have a time that the post office closes, because the post office used to not close till midnight, but now it's 10 o'clock. And so we tell our election workers, do not say a time, because we don't know when the post office closes. And if they go out there at 8:15 or 8:30 and drop it in the box out front, and it was a 5 o'clock pickup, it's going to be too late. Mm-hmm. So again, we recognize we're telling people to go to the post office until.
So if we were still doing polling there, and maybe at an election center, let's suppose there's a line at
Yes.
an election center.
Yes,
You'll stay open after 8 o'clock.
absolutely.
Right?
No
But
different.
if there's a line at the box,
Yes.
they'll take it.
So what happens is we have little signs up on top. You can see those buckets up there on top. There's 18 buckets, and those are the buckets that go with the Dropbox workers. There's 3 Dropbox workers. They have to go in the same car, and in the bucket is a sign that says last car in line. And so they give the little flyer to the last car in line at 8:00 p.m. And then they wait until all of the cars come through, and when the last car in line puts their ballot in, then they lock the drop box. If there's another car behind them, they say, I'm sorry, these cars were in line at 8 p.m. Here is information if you want to go to the post office.
So,
Is there a worker staying with the car?
No, they just get the sign.
So what's to say that the person in the car can just hand it back to the other car?
They certainly
Behind it.
could. But I don't think, if somebody saw somebody getting out of their car to do that, I think our election workers would not allow that. And they know.
On it.
I'm sorry?
Somebody is sort of monitoring that.
Yes, that's why there's 3 of them. The 3 of them there. 2 of them are taking the ballots out of the box, and the 3rd is monitoring.
So at every drop station, somebody is there at closing time.
Yes.
Actually, before closing time, at least several minutes before closing time to then lock the box or whatever is done,
Yes.
so you can't put any more in, and do that. And I assume somebody has got the time off of the whatever it is, the international Greenwich Mean Time, so down to the second.
Yes.
cell phones are now all
Cell
up.
phones.
Yes.
So there's no argument over time.
Nope.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess your cell phone is
The
all
biggest
recorded.
argument that we have is it's 7:59, 59, 8 o'clock. And some people will come up and argue, but it's only 1 second after 8. Well, the polls close at 8. That's what it means. That's what it means with the state of Alaska. It's what it means where Amy used to work in Kenai, and it's what it means at the polling locations. So, as Meade said earlier, we're consistent at the vote centers and at the drop boxes. It's 8:00 p.m. they close.
7:59, 59, and 1 second.
Yep.
To let you know what seconds mean, I saw it purchasing, probably was payment for the municipality. It said bids must be turned in by whatever the time was before, we'll say before 3 p.m. It said before 3 p.m.
Oh.
That person was handing it over, and the clerk put it into the time reader to get the stamp, and the stamp said 3.00.00, and they denied the bid because it says before 3 p.m. and I watched it and said, well, what about the few seconds from when they were handing it and that person took it to put it into the time reader? In that case, I think that person turns out wasn't the low bidder, and so it wouldn't have mattered. But I saw that happen with the municipality. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I wouldn't have to decide that. So we've got a bunch of reject codes on 11, and then we're talking about your certification report. I think we talked about that, the gap between the work session and the public session of Canvas. We've gone over everything. We know that at 5 p.m. we're ready, and then we go and do that report so that it's ready for you. That you might need a couple of amendments.
So, Chair,
Me.
Yeah, I have I've now read everything in this. I've got no objection that I'm aware of from this, except for the when I look at the reject codes, you've got voter is inactive, and that's kind of a question of what your standard is there. You've got we've talked about postmarks already. You've got voter is deceased, voter not registered, and a lot of people are arguing we should have same-day registration, but that's different. And then there's inadequate witnessing. And I guess the deal is this: on inadequate witnessing, if I just took a name from the a name from the phone book, and put that down and did a scribble, you would really have no idea whether or not that was an adequate witness. But if somebody said, "Oh yeah, gee, but I guess what I'm wondering is, what are the safeguards here to get those done? And then there was another issue that I dealt with as Lieutenant Governor that I was not happy with the result whatsoever. We had non-citizens voting in a North Slope Borough election, and we had a non-citizen who voted consistently in an Anchorage election, who was one of our stellar cops, who was never prosecuted for voting as a non-citizen. And that decision was made at the Justice Department of Washington. And I guess the question here is, do we as a municipality, as opposed to the state, do we have to take the state's voter thing, and if you make it through that gauntlet, whether it's good or bad, is that what we have to take, or can we challenge the eligibility of a voter based on whether or not he or she is alive, whether or not he or she is a citizen, that sort of issue? I just, it was something where, frankly, I was so upset with the state and federal decision on this, where they had not contacted the Lieutenant Governor. I should have thought to call you, Barbara, to see if we could have gone after it as a municipal violation, because it was just absurd.
So you're going to have to talk to me about that more. So I'm going to tell you a couple of things, and I have a couple of ideas here.
Yeah.
On page 14, there's a definition for inadequate witnessing. And it would be a person over 18 must witness the voter signature. The problem is we don't know if the witness is over 18. So that's kind of a bizarre expectation. I don't know that we've ever used that, so that's a separate issue, but we could look at that more if that ever came up. Voter is inactive. We can take a look at that. That's on page 13. That's the state's definition. And so the state is telling you why that voter is inactive. They requested cancellation, they're convicted of a felony, they're died, they didn't provide information. So we're going to provide you the facts that support that this voter is inactive and should be inactive. We'll provide you the facts. You're still going to have to vote on whether or not you agree with it.
And on that one, I would urge you now, my bias is in favor of not disenfranchising if we're offering a chance. And frankly, if let's suppose they'd gotten a cure letter in a state election, but not cured either on the ID issue or which precinct you live in, or do you really live in Alaska because you also voted in Kansas or something. And they do come and vote in our election, we should at least send them a cure letter before we reject for inactive, in my opinion. Would we?
Well, that one's that would be probably not, and I will tell you why. Because the voter who is inactive is not in our database. So what happens is they go to a vote center and vote. And so the vote center, they accept all voters. They have no authority.
They don't have a question ballot envelope?
Yes, they have a question ballot envelope, but they have no authority to reject anyone. So they give the person a ballot and an envelope and a question envelope. So they put the envelope in the question envelope, and then it comes here, and Jamie and I go through the questioned ballots, and we determine that this voter is inactive because they've been convicted of a felony. And so, this is a separate discussion, so they've served their time and done all that, but they have to apply to get their voting rights back, and they didn't do that, so they can't vote. So all we're going to do is bring it to you in that category, and you have to decide what to do about that. But no, they will not get a letter because they are not in the category of cure letters. We talked about cure letters, therefore no SIG match, no SIG.
Oh, no, you have the list there.
Yeah, this unfortunately is not one. These people will not find out their ballot didn't count until 30 days after certification. That's what the law says. So it's unfortunate. I do believe if it's a felony conviction, which actually has another code called FC.
So the issue, just on the inactive thing, Madam Chair, the last phrase is attempted to register in the past on a question or absentee ballot, but did not provide required registration information. And we already got a cure letter for not showing an ID, but somebody could say that's not required. They didn't provide it at the time of registration or whatever. And I guess what I'm saying is, if it's the last clause, I can understand diet, I can understand the felony issues, I can understand registered in another state. Those all are very easy calls for the referee to say you're out of bounds. But the process that we have in curing things, where if you didn't have required registration information, to me would be something to at least try to cure. I don't know. Anyway, that's
Jamie wrote that down. She's going to check with the state on that one.
good. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
And I'll talk to you offsides about this non-citizen issue. It's going to be a huge issue. It already is a huge issue in this country, in that New York now allows non-citizens to vote in municipal elections, non-U.S. citizens. In Connecticut, where I grew up, if you are a property owner in the jurisdiction, you can vote, even though you may be registered in another town. Kind of like
Yeah,
question.
I've heard about that.
Yeah, and I'm hard nosed about this and think you ought to. I think we need to prosecute a few non-citizens for not, for voting improperly. And during the time that President Obama was in office, they did not want to do that. And so because they didn't want any statistics that showed immigrants were improperly voting. And we had at least 3 documented cases here in Alaska, which the Justice Department refused to prosecute.
Madam Chair, if I could, again, our job is to count votes. Your job is to reject votes. If we see someone who has signed a ballot that doesn't appear to be them, or that's voted twice, and that does appear to be them, we bring those to you. It's a duplicate vote. You have looked at the photograph of the first vote and the envelope with the second vote and voted to reject the second vote. I will tell you, we've had one municipal attorney who has advised us that we should reject the first vote. The problem is if someone votes, the first day and then again 20 days later, that's not going to happen. So for consistency, we count the first vote. So the commission at the last meeting told us to refer that to the prosecutor, and there were a handful of those. And we did refer those to the prosecutor. And I do believe that since the commission referred those to us, that we could meet in executive session and we could discuss those referrals. And perhaps I could invite the municipal prosecutor to that meeting and you could discuss those, if you would like me to set that up.
Madam Chair, I realize that I've asked too many questions and I've taken us a lot of time. I'm kind of hoping that I think what we've got in place for this election is good. I'm kind of hoping that during the time I get to serve on the commission, we at least have one set of brainstorming on recommendations to the Assembly for improvements. And if we had the benefit of that discussion then, I don't think there's anything we could or would do before April 5th. But I'd love to learn more about that.
So I will make a commitment that we have the 30 days is kind of what we're looking at to send those letters to people. And I think that the letter says that voting twice is illegal. And this may be referred to the municipal prosecutor. We're pretty tame on that. But I would like to suggest that we'll prepare those letters and invite the municipal prosecutor to join us at that time before the 30 days is up. And we can talk about those and see what's next. I would like to let you know that one of the things that happened, several municipal attorneys ago, is the municipal attorney said, the clerk has no authority to do that, to say someone's fraudulently voting or duplicately voting. And the reason she said that was because she thought that APD needed to investigate it. And I said, well, it doesn't make any sense. I'm the one that needs to go make the photocopies of those two documents and give them to you. So why wouldn't I? So they made a little tweak to the code that says the clerk can do an initial investigation. And now that's what we do, but I still don't refer it to the prosecutor unless you do. You reject the vote, see the documentation, refer it to the prosecutor, and then we do it, and then the prosecutor talks to APD. But I wonder if the commission had that conversation with the prosecutor, if there might be a different result, if you might see some prosecution, because I agree and I believe that prosecuting voter fraud is important because it allows people to believe that the system is safe and secure. If you never hear that anyone is prosecuted, why would you believe that a system is safe or secure? So anyway, I think that would be a nice little tweak to the procedure that we already have. And I will do that within 30 days after certification.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the two citizens in the North Slope had been advised by an election official that they could vote in a local election improperly. So we didn't prosecute them. We probably should have prosecuted, probably should have cited the Anchorage person had been one of our most stellar policemen who had actually come into the country on false premises on his brother and cousin's passport, had faked his citizenship, had been an exemplary policeman, but cemented his kind of track record of citizenship by being a perfect voter. And it was one where he clearly knew he was violating the law throughout, and they prosecuted him for everything else except the voting thing, because they didn't want to enter to the statistics because they had a different philosophy than what we just heard from that. On the issue of voting twice, again in Connecticut where I grew up, if you had mailed an absentee ballot, say 30 days before the election, and you were in the state on election day, you are required to appear at the polls to vote. And, you know, they don't check up obviously, but there's, but that's actually a big issue now. They're looking at changing it. But they don't prosecute you for voting twice. They just, if you show up and you vote on that election day at the polls, they reject your absentee ballot. If they want to open it.
Madam Chair, I think that we have brought duplicate votes to the commission for many, many years. And one of the things that you will see is we bring voter information and we brought the voter's age. And I think we did that last year. And I think we had one voter that was very old that voted twice. And you did not recommend that one go to prosecution. But the other one that was, you know, someone that was younger than me, you did recommend that go to prosecution. It was the same signature. One was the mailed ballot, one was voted at the vote center, and it was very close on the same days. So it's a fact-specific thing that you're looking at, and we're going to bring you the information that you need to make the decision if we have it.
The guy on the radio said vote early and often.
Yeah, don't do that, because you should tell him you're going to refer him to the prosecutor. So we've looked at some of these items on 13 and 14, and you know, we've just got some more. I think this is a little bit repetitious, and I know Lauren told me earlier, don't repeat that, but I'm going to try and consolidate this. We'll see if we can get these reject codes a little bit more consolidated instead of on 5 pages. All right. On page 16 and 17, Lisa, this may have been a little bit about what you were suggesting. What are the rules for counting or no counting? And these are in the code, and you can see some of them here.
Okay, so this on page 16 is by code.
Yes, they absolutely.
What's rejected?
They are absolutely by code.
Okay, all right.
Jamie, is it appropriate to steal one of your test things on the witness issue? Can we bring one of those?
Did you know I don't? What do you need?
I was just going to show you on the witness thing.
Oh,
Now finally, ballot envelopes say print out the name of the witness. Okay. And then they can sign their signature. But there's no, it doesn't say what's the witness's driver's license number or something like that. So have you ever rejected a witness ballot that, how would you know that a witness ballot is actually a witness ballot as opposed to just somebody scrawling something and putting down somebody's name?
so I think that's a really, really tough question. So the old code used to say that if you voted by email, that you had to have someone over 18 and a U.S. citizen witness your ballot envelope if you're voting by email or your certification. And a voter who was overseas in Tibet complained to the assembly because her ballot got rejected, so they took it out. So there's that balance again between enfranchising voters and having requirements. My request was every witness has to be a registered voter. So then we could check, because who has an interest in our election? It's registered voters. And I was told you can't do that.
Well, and, the military voters, they have a designated vote person on each base who helps with that. obviously, we're not gonna change it for this election, except that if there are practice, Madam Chair, I'd like to actually request that if there are procedures that we can look at to just kind of be more cognizant of. It could be, is it the same witness again and again and again and again? That could be vote harvesting, or that could be, worse than vote harvesting, which is robbing mailboxes. Is it? I don't really have a formal motion to make, and but it's something that obviously it's a big hole. You can reject it for writing nothing down, and you could write down something totally fictitious, and your vote counts.
Are you meaning as a witness?
Yeah, as a witness. Yeah.
Because I know that some of these people don't want to put like a social security number on because it's on the back of the envelope.
Sure. Yeah.
And it's accessible to anybody.
You're right. No, I mean, but the point of it here is this: is the biggest question of the day, in my mind, it's not race-based trying to get people voting or not. It's the question of, do you paper the world with ballots and expect the election to have integrity or not? And we have a totally mail-based election and a witness system that, I mean, you tried to come up with one way to verify that the assembly didn't buy. There are others. I just think that's something we need to be aware of, and I don't know what it's going to be in the end. But it's clearly a case where we're very inconsistent. We will easily reject something who doesn't put a witness on an envelope. And there have been times where I'm the only person near a mailbox with a deadline, and so if you write a fictitious name, or even not a fictitious name, and call up my friend and say, hey, I faked your signature to witness my ballot because I was on the highway. It's there, but we call it a safeguard. It's clearly not a safeguard.
So there's two things. I've made a note to myself to review the number of ballot envelopes with witness signatures. I think the number is fairly low. So that's one issue. However, I think the other comment is also true. If you only need an X and you don't check the witness signature, I think that increases the risk of fraud. There is no doubt about that. If it just requires an X and a witness signature, we're not checking anything. So I think that is worth checking out. So I've got that on my list to get the number to you. I also have a note that says for our signature verification team to check if you see the same witness again and again. I think that's a good one. We may want to think about having, I told you what our reject categories are. Maybe we want to have a reject category for all witness signatures. So we have 7 people reviewing signatures. So obviously if all 7 of us were reviewing, we might not know that, John Doe had approved 100. But if all of those were rejected and we were reviewing them separately, we might. So I have a question for myself about that. I think that might be a good idea. One other thing that I did want to let you know that we do, that any person can provide assistance to a voter in person. Mm-hmm. So people can go into the ballot booth with someone and provide assistance. So we created a voter assistance register, and if you provide assistance to someone, you have to sign the register. And we did that on purpose because we want to know who that person is, and we want to know exactly what you said, Meade. If you're doing this again and again and again, it's gonna flag us, and we're gonna talk to the prosecutor about that, and unfortunately, that's going to be an after the fact thing, but I still think it might be something that we need to flag daily, maybe, to have those sent over from the vote center, so we're looking at those on a daily basis to make sure that we don't have a problem brewing with the same person assisting someone. So I think those are good ideas, and I think we can start looking into some of those. I think some of them we can make a couple of implementations. I think some of them we're going to have to bring you the data and take a look at it.
My suggestion really was, let's pay attention to this issue, figure out what's happening in other jurisdictions. Maybe it's one more wicket on that thing that looks at the name. Ultimately, I don't know. It's just it's a safeguard that doesn't make me feel safe at all.
In other jurisdictions. Madam Chair, I've asked Jamie to look into what other jurisdictions are doing with witnesses. The last is just some definitions, some of which you've already seen, and that's it.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, the only other thing I wanted to let you know about is that logic and accuracy testing is on Thursday, March 3rd at 1 o'clock p.m.
Yeah.
That a must be in person?
It is in person. It is not a must attend. It's we will publicly notice it, but it's just we've got the test ballots here, and we run them through the system and make sure that they work. And so we need someone to help us test, and we ask the Election Commission. So it's not mandatory, but it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is.
So question, Lisa. So you said logic accuracy training March 3rd,
Yes.
and because I'm home, so I can go to that actually. Is that watching a group test the machines?
Well, actually, it's logic and accuracy testing. It's not training. And we have the ballots here, and we are, the commission helps, we know what the results are. The ballot designer has told us what the results should be. We've asked them to mark the test decks a certain way so they know what the results are. So then we take the ballots and run them through the machine and make sure that the results are what they're supposed to be. And then the commission signs the logic and accuracy test. We also do something else. There's ways for voters make corrections on ballots. And so we ask the commission to help us make corrections on ballots. That makes the ballots outsort, so they get adjudicated. They're going to get adjudicated the way the logic and accuracy test requires. And then, but it gives us all practice to make sure that the system is working the way it's supposed to.
Okay, so we're watching basically a test election.
Well,
it sounds like it on the RCB, the Regional Accounting Board, is I went through and we ran a test, basically a test election of, 24 ballots or something, and we ran them through the machines, and then we ran them through the tabulator and of the Dominion system.
Yeah.
And then logged votes and logged everything. So is that what we're watching somebody do?
And helping.
And
Yes.
helping, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've done it for 4 elections now, so
So you're
have a
pro.
little bit of knowledge.
All right. We come to member comments. Do we have any comments
Oh.
from the commission?
Yes, sorry, back up one, and it's March 3rd, what time and where?
1 p.m.
Was I home?
here.
And I'll
Sorry.
ask the
What time?
staff,
1.
I'll ask the staff to send an email invitation to you.
And then what's the signature?
Oh, that'd be great.
What's that?
Signature verification training? Is that what your
It's
question
at
was?
this, it's at the building where you guys are right now?
Yes.
Yeah, Lisa, the training was Thursday, March 3rd at 1 p.m. And it's here at
1
the
p.m.
Election Center on Ship Creek.
Okay. Sorry, yeah, I wasn't able to hear real clear the chair
And then,
speak. Okay.
don't have signature verification because she's trying to figure that out.
signature.
Oh,
If we're in comments, I do have a question, another one.
yes, she is. You're right.
Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
So this manual, are we still supposed to go through it? And if we have any edits to submit them, or are we waiting for a revised copy and then doing it? Or I'm just a little unclear as to what, having just gotten the guide, I haven't had a chance to look at it other than what we've done here.
Well, it's.
So are you wanting us to do anything with it?
I would love for you to do something with it. I've made a couple of commitments where I will, work on some changes, but I will wait on any wordsmithing from the commission. Today is February 2nd. I am wondering if you could get your edits back to me by Wednesday, February 16th. And if you get any comments or edits back, in 2 weeks, then we can get it finalized up before, before the logic and accuracy testing.
Okay, and with the changes that you were going to make, should that be done first and then review what the new revised, or do we do the one in front of us? What is the preference?
Well, I can tell you it will. I regret to tell you that it would probably take me a week before I could get a revision to you. For that
Okay.
reason, I would prefer to give you 2 weeks to make edits, get those back. I've made a few commitments to consolidate pages 13 through 17. And I've made a commitment to update page 7 and the goal on page 4. However, if you have a better statement of the goal than what we said today, you can include that. But I will do those edits, but I'm afraid I won't get them done for a week. So if you could get yours to me in 2 weeks, I think we could have it final in about 2 weeks and a couple of days.
All righty. Thank you.
Any other member comments?
Do you want to tell them the updated number was almost
Lauren?
100,000?
Yes, I really appreciate the walkthrough, and I'm going to try to remember the numbers of 1 through 5 and which areas they are. I'm still not sure I'll be able to tell if somebody is wearing the wrong tell them where they are. And I'd be somewhat reticent in telling them to get out of there, but I'm sure I'll learn more. The one thing that jumps out at me, and I mean I knew this before, is that this is a tedious process, having a democratic republic is tedious. It's not as efficient as an autocracy, and that's what we like. But with a tedious process, we'd also like it to be as efficient as it can be and still provide security to elections. So, having said that, I see it's tedious and therefore it's also costly. I mean, in fact, you have to hire 60 people to come in and help your normal staff. Wow. But I can see why, because you have, I don't know, say duplicative processes, but just systems in place to protect. So then, for me, it gets down to, is this a better way to do elections than in-person voting? But of course, we do in-person, but we also have, vote early. We have absentee voting, and so we're still going to have a considerable amount of people voting voting essentially this way as we do. And the reasons that you would go with vote by mail that I can see are, number one, if you can recruit more voters. That's a worthy goal, recruit more legitimate voters, but number two would be at a reduced cost. If you can do both, then it's probably a win. This is something the Assembly has taken up, but we're to advise the Assembly, and I'd like to go through more time with this before I offer that advice, or maybe we can actually look at what were the numbers before on the cost. Are we saving $1 million each election cycle, or is it costing us about the same? That's maybe for another time. But anyway, just some thoughts as I observe the election process. I really appreciate the safeguards that we have in place, and from what I can tell, we have who are talented at doing the work that's required of them. So, thanks.
Thank you, Lauren. Any other comments? Me.
Two things. As a student of elections, all the issues that I had about residency, if you're in Japan, you can't live in a neighborhood without registering at the Kanban, the local police group, so they know who lives in every place, so that there's great verification on residency. And you can't vote unless you know the name of the candidate, and you have to actually write it down. It's not a printed ballot. And so we actually have made it much easier for voters to do that, even before we had mail-in everywhere. I just want to say, first off, thanks for a very good meeting. I also echo what Lauren said in terms of very competent people and a very good system. I would like to recommend, because this guide says that you as chair and you as vice chair are the people, who the public needs to go to. One is, when I've dealt with other city commissions under the public meetings law, I had an old friend who sat on a commission that had to deal with the park that is next to my house. One of them refused to talk to me because she was afraid of the open meetings law, and the other guy had long conversations. And I was just a citizen just trying to get them to pay attention to an issue. And I would hope that the two of you and Barbara go on the radio together a couple of times. Do talk radio as we get toward this election. Go talk about, there are several things I learned here today that the public really needs to think about. The vote early, the 8 o'clock cutoff time. Make sure your witness is clear. Ask, you know, if you get a letter from us, or sign up for vote tracks. It's going to save you from people calling you up, but it may also, if for some reason you've done something wrong, it'll give you a better chance to cure. Those are messages that I would hope our chair and our vice chair and the city clerk actually spend some time on. And it's not campaigning. It's not being partisan. It's just getting the word out because you're doing the right things. The only question I had about voter tracks is, you know, we say that we're partnering for ballot tracks, and when I was lieutenant governor, we considered partnering several times with the Pew Center, but the Pew Center had such a negative connotation on environmental issues and climate change issues and trying to shut down Alaska from a very different arm of the Pew Trust that nobody in the legislature trusted it if we ever said the Pew Center. And I guess the question is Ballot Tracks a for-profit company that is neutral, or are they an arm of Common Cause or something else? Is there anything we should be worried about with Ballot Tracks? I'm sure that, you know, I think what they're doing is perfect, but sometimes they can come in with the wrong brand name.
Through the chair, I don't exactly know the answer. I can tell you that we interviewed 3 companies before we made this decision. And, you know, I think all of those things were vetted. I don't think I was on the committee that reviewed or vetted these things, so I feel like...
Yeah, but it wasn't like the Pew Center came to you and every other...
No.
Like
This,
right?
yeah, we pay them. Like, so I'm going to... Jamie sat in on a recent meeting with them and is doing a presentation to the Federation of Community Councils. If... you know, if you'd like to invite Glennis and Lauren to that presentation, then, and if you're available, then we can say that you're on the phone. I think that's a great idea. But I'll have Jamie follow up on that.
I just don't want, the thing with, you know, when George Soros helped the Russians create a bunch of non-profit and League of Women Voters type organizations, I kind of said yay. When he does it in America, I kind of say, well, if you didn't give money to all the candidates on one side, I might trust what you're doing here, and otherwise I don't. And all I'm saying is that it sounds to me like you went to an RFP and you found a
probably RFQ, but
a methodology, and you did something. But I would just be very careful that somebody doesn't come back and bite you. That's all. If you know about it, let's...
Yep, good comment. It doesn't hurt to check. So Jamie's the lead on that, so she will check and send invites to
frankly,
you.
The fact that you're doing this is something that if you educate both parties, because, Barbara, as I said to you on the phone, it's my hope that if I can contribute anything on this commission, it's you know, to say, for God's sakes, the people who are running elections really are not trying to fix elections, period. And, you know, when people don't like the results of elections, that, you know, I was blamed for Murkowski v. Miller, and I wasn't elected until all the votes were cast, but I was still blamed by the Miller types, you know, letting her get elected. And it's a very common thing, and all you have to do is do your best and try to avoid, you know,
Well, through the chair, I'll tell you a couple of things about that. Number one, I think we're understaffed, and I think when this place is full, although we have 60 workers, in the olden days when we were poll-based, we had 600. And one of the biggest issues that we have, and you both know this from working at the state, it is very difficult to find poll workers now. People like Glennis and Elaine and Joyce, who worked as poll workers, they're just not available or not willing to put in those, 18-hour days on election day or work the 2 weeks before elections. So I think that's one of our challenges that we have. But so I was talking about that, but I think one of our shortcomings, because we don't have enough regular staff in elections, is educating the public about elections. I think what you've learned, you both commented about what you've learned. We're not getting this out to the public because we're just behind the 8 ball. So we have a contractor that's working for us doing social media, but we may come back to you and talk to you all about that and continue that discussion with the assembly that we probably need another person on the elections team. Because I have another job.
Actually, that is a question. When you talk about attorneys, for election, as the clerk, you report to the assembly, is that correct, not the mayor?
Yes, I do.
And so Dean's your lawyer there?
Well, not necessarily. So the election team that Jamie has, it includes the Assembly Council, it includes the Municipal Attorney Patrick Burke, it includes Jessica Willoughby is probably the key contact. She's an assistant municipal attorney, and it also includes Ruth Botstein. And so the idea between having 4 attorneys is that, so we send an inquiry to all 4 of them. The idea is that one of them is going to be able to get back to us quickly, and Jessica is the lead and is the one that is getting back to us within hours. Yeah.
But there's something in this manual that says, in case of doubt, we do what the attorneys tell us.
Oh.
And if you've got Dean and Pat, both of whom are friends, have been for a generation.
So,
who do you listen to?
Well, so even Jessica got back to Jamie about a couple of questions, and the answer is we need Patrick's approval. Patrick is the decider. It's not Dean, it's Patrick. So
Dean was an intern for me in law school, and I had to hire a guy named Ethan Berkowitz to supervise me.
You're the guy.
All right. I would now like to ask if there's any public comment.
Hi, Glenn, it's
Joyce?
Joyce Anderson. I really don't have any comment other than I've been at many commission meetings, and this one was rather interesting with a lot of input going back and forth. And Barbara, thank you again for the tour. I know I've done many, but it seems like you always pick up something every time you go through one. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Joyce. Do we need to schedule another election commission meeting?
Madam Chair, I am wondering if on logic and accuracy testing, which is March 3rd, if I may tag on another meeting to that meeting. I told you that I would like to invite the state of Alaska to come and chat with us about the voter registration database. And I was thinking that might be a good day. You're already going to be here. And so I would possibly, if I have another meeting, that would be my recommendation.
But that, one of the purposes for that meeting with the state would be to talk about Eric and access to that to help you do your job.
Yep.
Yeah, I did just a little bit of looking at what that is, and I'm just baffled as to why we couldn't trust the largest political subdivision in Alaska to have that information to run a more secure election. But they may say, well, we signed this confidentiality agreement and we cannot share it. And I go, huh.
Which information is this?
recently and
Right,
several.
no, that was
several
actually the
states-
Pew, that was the Pew trust thing that I was.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Also, that's the,
You gotta be real, well, look at that server over there, okay, in a box. We have a state server in the box that got hacked that had everybody's registration data in it. I wanted to put our stuff on the cloud and actually something much more secure. The Attorney General's office had never really heard of the cloud and we're being out of order. This was probably 2011. I had already put government secret classified information on the cloud, through a cloud server. And so for improving security. Well, so anyway, they got hacked, so they kind of thought about it, but they also ruled that we couldn't join ERIC to begin with because that was sharing private information
Right.
with other states, even though what we were doing was playing concentration.
Yeah.
And we have an agreement, this may have started in your time, Lauren, where we have an agreement with Washington, Oregon, where most Alaskans seem to move to if they don't, but we have a lot more mobile people now, and so this was trying to do this. And part of it were privacy advocates were saying they didn't want to see a national voter database because there's lots of people who want to federalize elections, and if you can federalize registration, aha, this commission and this clerk will have zero discretion on anything she wants to do that fits her local situation. The legislation is pending in Washington. When I became lieutenant governor, we'd had a church that had been collapsed by snow, and we had to get federal permission to move the voting place across the street. I told them a racist if I don't want the federal government to come back and regulate our elections after we beat them in the Supreme Court. And so anyway, there's all those things where people will take things and turn it into a football, but if the state's not sharing information with you to be able to judge the integrity of your election, I'd be happy to work with you on that spirit to figure out how to fix it.
So if I tagged a meeting, I'll contact the state and then I'll follow up with everybody. And so it's not a violation of the Open Meetings Act if I ask you procedural things like, can you meet on this date? But I would let you know that we shouldn't probably discuss things outside of that. But I'll just get a date. I'll see when Gail is available. If she's available before 1, we'll buy lunch. If she's available after 1, we'll confirm that time works for everybody and get that scheduled.
And Barbara, feel free to ask Kevin too. Kevin is very, now that he's said not to run for re-election, he's paying much more attention to election
Okay,
law.
I have to be a little bit careful. Gail is my counterpart, and I can't really go over her head. I would be very careful about that. I have given, Gail and Kevin did a tour, and I actually have a mutual friend that Kevin and I went out and we were on the radio in Mirror Lake, but I can't contact him about election matters directly. So if you want to forward my email to him, I'd be happy. You could certainly do that. Okay.
Vice Chair knows him well.
Okay, so the next meeting then would be March 3rd at 1 o'clock right here.
And
Is it March 3rd?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, I have the wrong date
Thursday,
right
March
now.
3rd.
there
Okay,
is
got
the
it.
testing at 1 o'clock, so would our meeting be tagged on behind that?
Yeah.
Behind or in front?
I would
Yeah.
prefer
Oh, okay.
in front.
In front. You
Because
would
I
prefer
may be
AM.
flying out that afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah. That's right.
So-
That's exactly.
It will depend on the state's availability, but I will let you know.
But-
Thank you very
But
much.
would that say be at noon then?
Well, probably 11.
11?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
7 on March 3rd.
Yeah.
Yes.
so it's at 11, not 1.
Well,
Start
we're
at
going to do
11,
2 meetings, one at 11 and one at 1.
And yeah, just feel free to send me the note. I'm
Okay.
happy to forward it to Kevin, and I know the vice chair knows him well too, so.
All right. I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn.
I move this meeting be adjourned.
Elaine moves. So we will adjourn the meeting now, and it is 10 minutes off to 6. Thank you very much.